Welcome, folks, for our first crossover meeting. Uh, this is Wednesday, the 12th. And why don't we start off with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join with me in a pledge to our flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for coming. The first thing on the docket is Senate Bill 56, entitled Relative to Payments for Restoration of Certain Jurisdictional Resource Losses. And Senator Waters, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator David Waters, District 4, bringing before you Senate Bill 56, relative to payment for upland resource losses. And this bill, really with the Department of Environmental Services, meant to expand the options for developers so they can get their projects done, particularly in the coastal zone. And so what it does is it expands the kinds of projects that would be eligible for payment into the compensatory fund rather than having to find other lands to do mitigation projects on. So we think this is a kind of a good solution to making sure that projects can get done. It does apply particularly to the coastal zone, which is very particularly managed under federal statute and the coastal zone program. So I want to emphasize with this that there's no new regulation here. It rather is providing additional option for developers. So if you look to the bill, you'll see how we do that. It adds on lines 7 and 8 to the existing statute, restoration or enhancement of any jurisdictional area identified under RSA 482A 30B. Well, one might ask, what is that? Well, we have a new paragraph down below, new section 482A 30B. And this is where it allows for the payment for other jurisdictional resource losses, and note particularly the application to the coastal zone for losses to sand dunes, undeveloped portions of duly established 100-foot buffers of designated prime wetlands, and undeveloped tidal buffer zones in lieu of payment, and then the sums in accordance with the sums as they're already done elsewhere. This will help us in terms of coastal development and providing some more options. It also helps us in regards with use of federal funds as well in the coastal zone. So this would be a very effective tool for developers, and we thought it made a lot of sense to do this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any questions for the senator, or should we wait for Darlene Forst, who'll be able to bring us up to speed? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Senator Waters. I'm looking at actually the section right after the new section where it says 482A 30B on line 16 of page, I think 1. It just says here, for losses to sand dunes, undeveloped portions of duly established 100-foot buffers, which you just read, of designated prime wetlands. Could you tell me more about the prime wetlands that we're talking about?
Yes, these are as defined, as DES defines prime wetlands, because their contribution to wetland, to water resources and their sensitivity of their areas. This is language is actually cognate to what already exists in the in A here. And so you can look up that definition. I don't know if we have somebody here from DES to talk more about that, but this is the kind of the dunes, the upland, the resources in the prime wetlands are what's covered here. And I will note that, prime wetlands are obviously something of great concern because of regulations around it all around the state. And Gary Abbott of the general contractors came in and just wanted to make sure that we weren't talking statewide here. This is just for that very particular environment in a coastal zone, and was not going to further regulate, just provide further options for compensation instead of mitigation. So that satisfies the contractors, and that's where we got to the comfort level and what we were talking about with these aspects of the ecology there.
Thank you so much.
Representative
Thank you,
Wolf.
and thank you for taking my question. Does this mean that a developer can pay money to use a wetland, buy his way, his
Yeah.
or her way out of maintaining a wetland, or, so they don't have to replace a wetland? They now can just pay money, and the wetland goes away, and we have $65,000 for an acre of wetland.
Thanks for your question. You got it. That if it's not possible to do a mitigation project, which is often the option for alteration of these areas, you could pay into the compensatory fund and then be able to do your project.
And
For a follow-up?
follow-up, and this is something that DES supports?
Yeah, they actually brought this, I don't think it's officially listed as a request of the department, but they brought this forward to me as being something that would help out this kind of development.
Just to be specific, this is not about that that mitigation law. That's been in effect for quite a few years. This is just an addition to the mitigation law for these specific areas that there's a question as to whether, because of their specificity and the way they are, mitigation is something that probably is going to be used because of the rarity of their. It's tough to go make sand dunes, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, that's exactly it. That it just, there are some areas where there's not an available mitigation project that makes sense, so that the payment into the fund is a good option, so that you don't then stall out just because it's not possible to do a mitigation project, and the project can go forward, but that fund will be there to help do mitigation work elsewhere.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative LaMontagne, and then Representative.
Thank
Hart.
you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. But in regards to the question Representative Wolf raised, if the mitigation can't occur, it is saying you can pay into the fund and develop anyway. And isn't that a net loss to our wetlands protection?
Well, thanks for your question. And I think that what we know with DES is how carefully they balance out the ways in which it does make sense to enable a project to go forward, or whether something just can't happen. And so I think it's always a process of negotiation and review, and this seems an appropriate way to be able to have this tool in the toolbox, so that a good result can occur that would protect the environment, but also allow development to occur where it makes sense for it to occur. I think you'll be able to get some examples from the DES if they're here today.
Yes, someone is
Yeah.
here, and I think, well, as we go on discussing it, well, I think there will be some discussion. I think obviously there's questions for the people new to the committee as to the mitigation fund. And those of us who've been here a while have seen it in operation. And it actually, it increases our ability to get good quality wetlands, because the way the amount of money that is collected, you can then get better property. to, and more, have a better effect in another area of the state. Right, correct? Anyone else? Representative Harb, sorry.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. A follow-up to Representative LaMontagne. I don't see, maybe I'm reading this proposal incorrectly, but I don't see that it says if mitigation is not possible, then you can pay to get out. I think the representative's concern and my concern is, just to be clear, this almost is an option for the developer. Even if mitigation is available, he can buy out. I just wanted to get it clear. Is that correct?
Thanks for your question. I think that, you know, this is obviously focusing on creating this new section of A30B, but A30A and B are in that, in 42A. You'll see all the laying out of statute around mitigation and protection of these areas. And so that is what is operable. This area, this part of the statute gets into those things where, you know, it's not, you know, we want to protect the environment. I think that's the bottom line. And mitigation is a good thing, but sometimes mitigation doesn't make a whole lot of sense in a given area, just because there might not be enough resources available or just the nature of the landscape. And this then says, okay, make your payment into that fund then can be used in projects the DES thinks actually get more bang for the buck than trying to do some mitigation would in that area. And I do hope that DES will be able to explain some of the projects under the way on the of dune restoration, other things that are being funded down along the seacoast have done a lot of good, and more than just one project at a time might have done in one particular area.
Appreciate your answer, but I don't know if it answered my question. Is the option to the developer, not the DES? So I represent some developers, so they might look at it and say, yeah, I can mitigate, but it's going to take me longer. So I'm just going to pay the $65,000 and get out of it. And then I don't have to mitigate, even if mitigation is available.
Yeah.
I'm not against the proposal. I just trying to make it clear.
I hear you, and I think DES is going to do a better job of getting into the, if not the weeds, the eelgrass on that one. Okay.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Darlene Forst, representing New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services.
Good morning, folks. Thank you for having me. My name is Darlene Forst. I am the administrator of the Department of Environmental Services Wetlands Bureau. I feel like I should apologize to Senator Waters for not telling him in advance that I would be backing him up as a individual testifying on this bill. Rather than read the letter of testimony that we submitted as a department, I will probably just answer some of the questions and explain a little bit about what the Aquatic Resource Mitigation Fund is, how it functions, and what it means to wetlands protection in the state of New Hampshire. So, yes, the Department of Environmental Services does support this bill and this legislation. Senator Waters' comments regarding the fact that this does not expand jurisdiction is correct. Our current jurisdiction includes our aquatic resources, our wetlands, but it also includes some upland areas. There is a 100-foot tidal buffer zone that is established in the law. There is a provision in the law that allows municipalities to identify certain wetlands complexes within their boundaries and to vote on them locally and designate them as prime, submit the boundaries of those wetlands to us, and we will give them special protection or at least apply a stricter standard for development to those wetlands that the town has voted to designate as prime. There are only a handful of towns that have done this. Between 2011 and 2013, there was a provision in the law that allowed those towns to also adopt a 100-foot buffer around those wetlands. That is no longer an option, but for those towns who did it within that time frame, They do retain that buffer, and we do also recognize that. Thus, you see the language, a duly authorized or adopted 100-foot buffer around certain prime wetlands. I believe there are 8 towns in the state of New Hampshire that took advantage of that. Many of them are in the southeast corner of the state. Sand dunes, again, there's only a few of them, all coastal resources, obviously. They are jurisdictional. They are very strictly regulated in accordance with the language of the law. There are times when there are projects that cannot avoid impacting those resources. Questions were asked about, can you simply pay to impact a wetland? And the answer is no. Wetlands, by rule, by statute, in some cases, in accordance also with Army Corps regulations who back us up on the federal level on navigable waters and waters of the U.S., and EPA regulations do not allow us to simply accept money and therefore you have paid and you have bought this wetland and you may impact it. The standards are minimization and avoidance. If you can avoid the wetland, by regulations, you are supposed to avoid the wetlands. If you can't avoid the wetlands, then you should minimize your impacts to those wetlands. And if your project is such that you cannot avoid or minimize, then at a certain threshold, you are required to mitigate for those wetlands. New Hampshire's current threshold for mitigation on square footage of wetlands is 10,000 square feet. The federal threshold is 5,000 square feet. So we are not as strict as the federal government at this time. In those cases where you have to mitigate, the question becomes, how do you mitigate? In the past, when the mitigation requirements first came into play in the mid to late 90s, the idea was that you would mitigate on site or you would mitigate within the immediate vicinity. But that puts the pressure on the contractor to identify a project that may or may not be on land that they own. Odds are it's not. Find something within the town, coordinate with the other landowner, and then do a restoration project that will be successful. Wetlands restoration is not easy. It is not something that the average contractor does know how to do. What this program allows is for a contractor who has a developer who has a project that requires mitigation, if they can find a locally available, what we would call permittee responsible mitigation project that they can complete and are willing to complete, they will always have that option. But more often, that is just not something that they are adept at, that they are qualified to do, or that they can find locally. This program, the Wetlands Aquatic Resource Impacts, have been allowed to pay into this program for close to 20 years now. We did not realize until very recently that this did not extend to our adjacent upland jurisdictional areas. This will extend this option to those adjacent upland resource areas to further allow contractors to avail themselves of this program. What it does allow is that money is paid into a grant program. We just issued 17 grants this past fall, and we are opening the next grant round. Applications are due in May. And we are looking at projects with these funds. They go to agencies like Trout Unlimited, local municipalities, local conservation programs, nonprofit conservation programs. They go to programs such as restoring and developing living shorelines on the seacoast region, dam removals, land protection around water resources such as town water supplies. They go to a variety of environmental enhancement and restoration projects. And what it does is it creates a pool of money, funds. We monitor where funds are collected from and where the projects occur. Funds have to be spent in the watershed where the impacts that resulted in their payment occurred. So they are based on service area. They are tied back to their original watershed with the impacts. And the idea is this pool of money is available to people who are environmentally vested, who know in their communities where there is a need for restoration or enhancement or an opportunity for restoration and enhancement. And it allows towns to apply for project proponents to apply for a larger pool of funds than they would ever have had before. So does it provide an opportunity for a developer to do the project more quickly and not have to do the mitigation themselves? Yes. Does it also provide for environmental professionals on the other side of this development spectrum and protection spectrum to complete projects that have significant environmental value in the same watershed and community, general area of the communities? Yes, it does. So by doing this, we believe, and the EPA, we do this in coordination with the EPA and Army Corps, and we are considered one of the top nationally recognized environmental programs in the country. This program is nationally recognized as a good solution. So we believe you get the best of both worlds. You have efficient development and environmental permitting where it's appropriate, because you've still met that minimization and avoidance standard, but you also have a much more efficient and productive, with a higher level of success, opportunity for environmental restoration and protection on the other side. So we are the facilitators between the development side of the spectrum and the protection and restoration side of the protection. We do just that. We are the mediators in the flow that gets both parties where they hope to be, or at least that is our goal. Does anyone have any questions based on that?
Representative McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. If you'll indulge me for a minute, because I am newer to the committee, but I'm not new to the wetlands mitigation thing. So thank you very much for explaining to me what's happened in wetlands mitigation over the last 20 years or so, it sounds like. I've noticed a decrease in on-site wetlands mitigation and construction projects, things like the circumferential highway that never happened, where part of it was built in the Hudson Nashua area, and they did a very nice wetlands mitigation project near the Sagamore Bridge in Hudson, and it was beautiful. I see the birds and things there all the time when I drive over that bridge. But now I understand better why there are fewer wetlands mitigation projects on site. Never knew this was happening, but you're saying it's been quite successful where developers pay into a fund and things happen in the area or elsewhere. So my question is a couple of questions, if you'll indulge me. The first is, how is it monitored to make sure the funds are spent on site or in the area, and can you define in the area, and during what period of time do those funds need to be spent in that area?
So I believe we are required to spend those funds within 3 years. The monitoring is completed. We must report to the Army Corps and the EPA. EPA's goal for wetlands protection is no net loss of functions and values. So we do complete an annual report. If you would like, I can make sure that annual report to the federal government is made available to this committee for your review. I believe it's also posted on our website.
Okay, so it's done.
Yeah, so it is the EPA and Army Corps calculate the amount of acreage and square footage lost. Then they look at what we're issuing for grants. They will then, they do it as a kind of a credit and debit. Most normal people would call it a credit and debit program for what is lost versus what is created. They weirdly call it credit and credit. I will warn you now that when you get the report, that's rather confusing.
Sure.
But they will monitor the grants, determine if the project was successful, and then based on the success of the project, let us know if we received adequate credits to offset losses. So we have a responsibility to work with those folks who received grant awards to make sure those projects are successful, and they are assessed based on both the functions and values that were lost in projects and the types of resources that were impacted versus the functions and values that were gained. And I will also tell you that because of New Hampshire's topography and just the way our communities are situated, it is very difficult to do large-scale mitigation projects, unlike some opportunities in other states that have had larger wetlands complexes. So there has been a focus on preservation, buffering, a lot of aquatic resource passage, so bridge and culvert improvements to reduce flooding, improve our fisheries and aquatic organism those have been very popular projects. We are starting to see more dam removals. That said, the focus moving forward that we have with our federal partners is they want to see more restoration. So in this grant round that we are opening for this coming season, we are focused on restoration projects. So I suspect you will see more of that if you had noticed a reduction of it in the past.
Follow up? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking a couple more. I remember, and maybe it's just my getting older, but I seem to remember some requirement for mitigation of like a 10-to-1 mitigation. Is that a crazy memory?
Nope, still exists.
So it does still exist. So you take an acre of wetlands, you have to replace or create 10 acres of wetlands.
If we lose one
Or-
credit, we are responsible for recovering 10.
Okay. So I'm not as senile as I thought I was. So it's really 10 to 1. And that's directly measured.
It is tied to resource type. It can be as high as 10 to 1 for certain resource types such as emergent wetlands, marshes, shrub, wetlands. There are other types of wetlands. The adjacent uplands, they are a lower ratio. The adjacent uplands are not at a 10 to 1 ratio. There is a table within the chapter 800 of the wetlands rules that is available to both individuals who are applying for grants and those who are looking to provide mitigation for what the ratio would be for the given resource type that they are impacting.
And I'm not sure I heard follow up. I'm not sure I heard the percentage though. So does a developer, essentially what I'm asking is, does anybody bother to do on-site mitigation anymore? Isn't it just easier to factor it into the cost of the project and the cost of doing business, just pay the fine and let somebody else worry about it?
There are times when on-site mitigation will be required.
I know, but
No,
what, like
there-
1% of the time? Because if I'm a developer, I would just factor it into the cost and say, let it be some other expert's problem. Because frankly, like you said, there's a lot of other people who are better at doing it, and it's more effective elsewhere.
It is, if you are dealing with a prime wetland, because of the language of prime wetland law, what we have in our section of the prime wetland law, that will need to be on site. Because it says
Has
that
to be.
project on site shall have no significant net loss on site. That forces you to do it there. So in those types of projects, we're going to see 100%. But you are correct. In other types of projects, it is very difficult to provide that compensation on site. And in honesty, the other reason is that not only is it very difficult and unlikely to find a developer who does it, but our ratio for success on a 3-year monitoring of that mitigation was not providing results that gave us confidence. You have a development completed, they've attempted on-site mitigation, and it's a small project, and our success rate long-term and seeing environmental benefit was not backing up. It favored having professionals do it off-site. So it's a very low percentage.
Last one, I promise. So they get a thumbs down on the 3-year monitoring, and then what happens? They have to do it over?
We would have rules in place that say you have to redo the plantings. What we're finding is frequently on a small project, you are chasing hydrology, you're chasing
Okay.
soil conditions, and the size of it is not getting your return.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to understand if, what this bill is covering is things like sand dunes and tidal buffer zones, right? We have a very small coastline, right? I don't see in the language where it says if you affect sand dunes, you have to, and you pay into the fund that you repair sand dunes. How is that tracked?
So this, admittedly, you've chosen the sand dune example, and this is very unique. We have only ever had 3 applications, and this goes to the can I just buy it? We have only ever had 3 applications to impact sand dunes before, and we had denied them all. The project in question here is a bridge and a highway, which has no other place to go. And this will allow us, rather than having DOT, who is not really in the sand dune business, try to attempt to recreate sand dunes, to allow us to work with environmental professionals. Because of the resource type impacted, we are already working with others to identify potential restoration sites to make this work. We are focused on attempting to use this to restore, enhance, or create additional sand dune areas. That is part of our credit measurement. That is part of our, if you lose a particular function or loss in a watershed, you attempt to provide a function or loss. Function or value in a watershed, you attempt to provide that function and value. In this case, sand dunes are highly unique. There's no other place we could put them. That loss has to go. We have to attempt to restore in the Seacoast region. We are committed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick follow-up. That was excellent. Thank you. You said that you have not approved 3 cases. Can you explain the criteria for when, an environmental impact in wetlands would not be approved?
So, under the statute, our first is, if it's avoidable, you must. If you can possibly avoid an impact, you need to avoid an impact. Unfortunately, in the case of crossing over a water body, at some point you're going to impact the banks and resources on either side of that water body. So we do not permit expansion of any other, like if you simply have a residential development and with the laws that have been in place for 30, 40 years, the expectation that buying a sand dune would be a reasonable expectation of residential development in the sand dune, it isn't there. If you have areas, one would hope, that are not sand dune, you would need to build in the areas that are not sand dune first. We will simply not approve that kind of an impact, given the number of species, the coastal protection functionality of them, their fragility. So you have that first thing is minimization and avoidance. So then the question becomes, well, I can't minimize or avoid. I need to do this, and therefore I can't complete my project without doing it. The standard then becomes, and it is not a simple standard to meet for us, we would have to show that the needs and expectations of the landowner are outweighed by the general interests of the people of New Hampshire. So we would actually have to tie it into our environmental purpose of commerce, navigation, wildlife, species of significant value or importance, shoreline stability, coastal stability, and we would most likely tie it into both wildlife of importance, species of importance, and shoreline stabilities, because what some people may not realize, because we don't have that much coastline, is that the sand dunes are in fact important to our coastal stability. It is, in our storm events, one of those things that absorbs the power of the sea before it gets to other more sensitive areas like us. So we would be looking at showing why the individual property owner's interest was outweighed by public safety as well as endangered or threatened species or species of value.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is just, is this bill ready to go the way it is amended by the Senate right now?
We
This is
believe
the-
yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Representative Ryan.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to organize this in my head, right? So I'm going to build something. First I need to avoid any valuable area. Then if I can't avoid, I have to mitigate. I can't find a decent mitigation project or a valuable mitigation project, or I don't know how to do that. Then I pay and someone else creates that for me. Does this result for New Hampshire in more quality and valuable mitigation projects?
We believe that this methodology provides a better quality mitigation and a better overall environmental outcome than if we were to attempt to have every applicant do permittee responsible mitigation on site, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Rung.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to follow up on something you said earlier. So the mitigation projects that are receive grants from this fund, do they have to be projects within the watershed of where the impacted project was?
Funds must be spent within the watershed for which they were collected.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no more questions? Nope. I thought you said you were ahead of the last one.
I did, but then Representative Vale brought something to mind. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking additional question. I'm operating under the assumption that the fiscal note is correct and the analysis is correct. It does say paying in lieu of fee would be optional. And it says that the department states because this bill only creates the option to pay in lieu into the ARM fund, there's no way to calculate number of applicants choose this new option. So is it, as it currently is amended, you said it's ready to go, but if it's still an option, I'm a
bill is
little
ready.
confused about that. Don't we want it to not be an option? Shouldn't we tighten this up a bit before it's ready to go? And would you support that?
I don't think we would support that, no, sir, because if in fact you have a unique situation where there is a project locally that would mitigate for the impacts that are proposed, we would not want to tell the contractor that they could, the developer that they could not do it, or work with, if a municipality was forward thinking and the municipality said, we have projects locally that could be done and they're shovel ready.
Right.
We would not want to strip them of that option. If it's available and it can be done, there'll still be the monitoring. They'll still need to show that it's successful. It will still need to offset the functions and values of the impacts. There may be cases, and there are not,
Okay,
it is not unheard of that there are cases where you have a certain amount of permittee responsible and a small amount paid into the Aquatic Resource Mitigation Fund, but we do not want to strip that option.
No, agreed. We want them to do the mitigation on site if possible. I'm turned around here. So we want them to do it. Oh, thank you.
Is there anyone else? Seeing no one. Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Nyan from the New Hampshire DOT.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Nyan, and I manage the environmental office at the Department of Transportation. And the DOT is in favor, in support of this bill for a number of reasons. You've heard a lot of good information from the senator and from Ms. Forst, but this does provide us with that option, right? So as the DOT, right now, if there are on-site mitigation opportunities, like Ms. Forst said, we do look for those opportunities as a first choice. It is not our preference. Our preference is to make a payment into the Aquatic Resources Mitigation Fund as mitigation. So as a developer, we feel that those funds are better placed, or those projects are better placed in the hands of those that do that more frequently. So the environmental contractors, so to speak, doing those environmental projects. We also find that when we do make those payments for our resource losses, that I would say the long-term monitoring is in the hands of somebody else. The responsibility, should something fail, is the responsibility of somebody else. So it really puts our money goes in a better place because others who are better suited to do that work are doing that work. The other benefit is that as a DOT, we have a number of, larger and smaller projects, and those smaller projects oftentimes require mitigation that could be worth, say, something on the order of $20,000 per project. to come up with a project that's $20,000 that's going to have an environmental benefit is difficult, because $20,000 doesn't go very far, so to speak. But when that money is pooled with other resources at Department of Environmental Services within that watershed, they're able to come up with bigger, better, more more well thought out projects. So it really does put that in the hands of the right people. But we also like the option, so that, as the representative asked, that there are options: on-site mitigation. Well, first of all, obviously avoidance, minimization, and then the on-site mitigation, and then the payment. Our preference, I will say, is a payment, and it certainly does bear out in our projects. So, for example, the example of the sand dune, our Hampton Bay Bridge project, Seabrook Hampton, which we're working on right now, scheduled. We're working through the project development process. All along, because the ARM Fund has been available for decades, all along through the development, we were planning on making that ARM Fund payment, our on the order of $320,000, and I will provide you a letter as well that identifies that. But because we've been moving along in that direction, because it was, as Ms. Forrest said, it was only relatively recently where we learned that these certain upland resources weren't available for the ARM Fund, that we were caught midstream, having to look for a permittee responsible mitigation project. And as Ms. Forrest said, with sand dunes, it's extremely difficult. So that part of one of the biggest reasons we're supporting this bill, obviously, as well, is because it does allow us to have more efficient and streamlined transportation projects. Without this bill, now that project does run the risk of being delayed, because as an agency, if we don't have the option of making that ARM Fund payment, we're going to have to continue to look for opportunities to do that other mitigation, and we're not able to get a permit until we have that secured. So without this legislation, it does have the possibility of delaying not only that project but another Seacoast project. So I guess to summarize, our support puts the money in the right hands. It allows for bigger, better projects. It allows for more streamlined project development. And I would say over the last 15 years as an agency, we've availed ourselves to the tune of $13 to $15 million towards this program. So it's one that we do support. So I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Any questions by anyone on the committee? Seeing none? Oh, Representative Darby.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thanks for taking my question. Just, you mentioned a couple of Seacoast projects. There must be is there a process that you go through as part of evaluating that process in terms of the impacts to the to the wetlands and things that basically justifies that project, regardless of this payment? Just the fact that it's the the right project to benefit society versus the wetland costs.
Sure. Thank you for that question. Most of our projects are federally funded. And even the ones that aren't, we have, so the federal projects, we have to follow the National Environmental Policy Act, which does prescribe that avoidance, minimization, mitigation model. So to that end, we're required to, for every project that we undertake, we look at the existing resources, we look at what we're proposing to do, alternatives to that proposal, and then we are kind of bound to select the project that meets the purpose and need. In this case, for bridge projects, it's safe, efficient transportation network over those resources, but that also meets that purpose and need, but also minimizes environmental impact. So to the extent that we are impacting tidal buffer zones for those projects, or I'm sorry, tidal buffer zone and sand dune for that project, it's because that has already been determined to be the least environmentally damaging, practicable alternative that meets the purpose and the need for the project. So it's almost, those impacts in the verbiage of DES are unavoidable.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. And Last speaker, Mr. Abbott from the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. The guy who pays.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Gary Abbott, the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. It's always great to come before this committee with everybody talking in support of the legislation, including me. We support this version that was amended in the Senate that is before you. And I say that because I had concerns when we went to the Senate. I was very lucky to work with Kevin Nyan and Darlene Forrest of the two agencies to work out the language for clarification. We're looking at this as more of a language clarification of what is jurisdictional under the Department of Environmental Services. And I state that because I want to tell you this as well. I represent commercial contractors as well as consultants who do and engineers that do this design work for permits. We get a lot of permits. Wetlands is one of them. We get town permits. We get everything. There's a lot of permits that a development has to get. But when it comes to wetlands, I can tell you this. The developer wants to avoid them 100% because then we don't have to get a wetlands permit. So if they can do anything to make sure that they don't touch a wetlands or go by these jurisdictional areas, they're going to do that. The second thing they're going to do is, in the old days, there were probably a lot bigger sites that they were able to mitigate. There are less of those today that you see development on. So you end up, the developer hires one of these consultants that belong to our association that go out and try to find mitigation projects. They go to the towns, they go elsewhere. And they're looking to try to solve the mitigation. Now, the permit process, it's not totally in the developer's hands. I guess I would just want to put that. They have to get approval of the permit from the department. The department's going to review it and ask you questions like, are you sure you can't avoid this area or mitigate this? The developer's going to have to work with that. So they'll look at those options. The in lieu fee has worked for years regarding a wetland. This bill clarifies for jurisdictional uplands that are in control of DES, which we're fine with because they've always had that control. The other part of this, and I don't want you to miss this because I too, if I'm you, I'm looking at this bill and I'm reading, I think, lines 19 through 27, and I want to highlight this because my members are always on me that they think they're paying way too much into the in lieu fee. Because what you read, you have to really look at lines 23 and below. It's a formula. It's a calculation. It's based on inflation. It's not the choice that most developers want to pick because it's costly. It's not, but they might have to only pick that one because there's nothing else available and if it works for their project. So I want to tell you that I have on my side, this is not the least expensive way to go. This is a very costly way and developers make that choice. But I agree with the Department of DOT that we've always believed that the mitigation fund paying into that is better for the environment. And the reason it's better for the environment is that you get this mitigation fund that costs you more because there's a formula, just as the representative talked about, 10 to 1, 5 to 1. There's an inflationary number right off the bat because of the type of wetland or mitigation. But it goes into this fund, it can do better things. You can take a number of projects, bulk the money together and do a project that might help water quality with the town or other bigger benefits that you wouldn't do on site doing little mitigations here and there. So it is better for the environment. EPA agrees, Corps of Engineers agree. This money is better done that way. And the DES, I'm not so sure they completely explained, they have a grant procedure. They get this money, they have the watersheds, and then you have people apply with their projects and they select the best ones for mitigation in that area. So it's a great program in the sense if you look at all the components. And so we're happy here today to, we're glad for the opportunity that Senator Waters in the hearing in the Senate said, Gary and the departments, can you get together, make sure the language works for all the parties? And I'm glad to be here today to say, we are happy with how this bill is drafted and we think it will work. So with that, I would end my testimony and hope the committee supports this bill.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Mr. Representative McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you know what the jurisdictional areas are that are defined under 42A 30-B?
Yes, if you want to go to line 16 through 18, you can see it right there. That is what is the jurisdictional areas that are under the state.
16, 18.
See on
Sand
16,
dunes.
undeveloped portions of the wetland 100-foot buffer zone that's under the
That's
jurisdiction.
the new section. Thank you.
That's the new section, and those are the specific items that
So-
were jurisdictional before under the rules. This clears it up for statutory authority.
42A 30B is a new section
You got it.
added to freshwater and tidal wetlands, which is A30. Okay, got it. Thank you for pointing that out.
All right. Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you very
No
much.
one?
Thank you very much.
Close the hearing on House Bill, excuse me, Senate Bill 56. Open the hearing. One, thank you. Mhm. Okay. All right. I'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 60, relative to water quality. And Senator Gray, floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. My name is James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton and Gilmanton, goes down Route 11 to Rochester. Water quality, okay? There's Rochester with the Cocheco River and the things that it is listed as impaired for makes this an issue that they sought me out to come make some changes. In the past, we have discussed whether or not we should do measurements based on concentration or saturation and all of these other things. The department came to me again and said that they believed that they had something that would work as a compromise, not only the department, but the advisors that we have in the city of Rochester have all come together and said this is a good next step. And I'm going to let them talk to the details of it. Again, what we're trying to do is to find something that is a reasonable approach, both for the department and for the municipalities in the state, and reach that compromise. So if there's any questions, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer them, but I think right off to my right is the person that you really want to talk to.
I would tend to agree. Unless some member of the committee has a real pressing question of the senator, I would say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Deers, after that introduction.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Ted Deers. I am the Assistant Director of the Water Division at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And it is a great pleasure to be with you this morning to talk about SB 60. So I would describe SB 60 as an omnibus water quality bill. It includes a whole bunch of things related to water quality. At the face of it, it looks a little complex. I have prepared for you both a letter of testimony as well as a PowerPoint set of slides that you have in front of you that help you to work through the various different pieces, parts of this bill. I would say that primarily this falls into the arcane world of water quality regulation and how we do that in New Hampshire. So we had debates within our department about whether this was an omnibus or a minibus or some other kind of bus, but we're going to call this our omnibus water quality bill.
Under the bus.
I think I'm going to be thrown under the bus. So this includes really 6 aspects that are, and if you look at our letter of testimony, and if you look at, say, page 2 of the presentation, it talks about the various different parts of this bill. And I want to talk about the first set of things that are included are really related to what's called Section 401 water quality certifications. So just a really quick background on what this is. Section 401 of the Clean Water Act tells, this is a federal Clean Water Act, says that any project that requires a federal permit or license and has the potential to discharge, that is discharged to a water of the United States, requires the state to certify that that project will meet our water quality standards. So our water quality standards are written in ENVWQ 1700. That is something that's been through JLCAR. Those are approved. They're approved by EPA, so they become also federal standards under the Clean Water Act. So our Section 401 program, which is it's a certification. Someone comes to us with a project. Kevin Nyan has been the victim of many of these kinds of certifications, that they come to us with a project that requires an individual wetlands permit from the Army Corps of Engineers. They bring us that application. They do an application to the state. We look at that and we decide, does this meet all the water quality standards that we have in the state? We certify that. Then the federal permit can move on. So that's how the program works. It's not well described currently within the statutes. So this is ostensibly kind of like a permitting program, but you will see in the statute 485A12 that it has none of the trappings of a permitting program. That's the first set of parts of this bill, are to bring some structure around that. Why do we want to do that? Primarily so that the applicants that are coming in and the state that's doing the regulating have a common understanding of how this is going to work. I will also say, and I'm going to come back to this a couple of times, that we are currently writing rules for our 401 certifications. Those I'm hoping will be over the next year after this gets passed. We'll have some rules that will help to even better make an understanding of how the applicants and how the regulators operate in this program. So the first couple of these, the first one of these is allows the ability for the state to be able to waive a 401 certification. The Clean Water Act allows for states to do one of 4 things with a water quality certification request. You can approve it with conditions, you can waive it, or you can deny it. And so right now in state law, we do not have the ability to waive a 401 certification. Why would we want to do that? Well, a really good example project is the water line that they're replacing that goes from Portsmouth to Dover underneath the bridges there on the Great Bay. That project, because it's in tidal waters, requires an individual permit. However, all they're doing is picking up a pipe that's on the bottom, replacing it with another pipe. Same location. We've already done projects in this area. They have lots of other permits that they are going to do. They have best management practices that they're going to do. For us to take the time to go through a long permitting process on something that is essentially has no environmental impact is a silly exercise for them, and it's a silly exercise for us. That's the kind of project that we would like to be able to waive. So that's the first provision. The second provision talks about processing time. Because we don't have rules and because we don't have current statutory language for processing time, we would revert back to the underlying statutes in the state, which would require us to make some action within 60 days. Some of these permits, these 401 certifications, have a year-long application period through the federal government. So that would be problematic for both applicant and the federal agency, as well as the state, if we had to revert to that. So this puts in timeframes, again, building an expectation by the applicant of what they would need to accomplish, when they can expect feedback from the state. Again, building those aspects of what a proper permitting program would look like. Number 3, I'm going to spend just a little time about, because I have a feeling that there's going to be other people who want to talk about this. And I'm going to talk about also the process timeframes. One other aspect of that I think Mr. Nyan may want to talk about, and certainly one that he testified in the Senate. One of the aspects of the 401 program is that the federal government sets a reasonable time frame. That's what they call it. They call it a reasonable time frame for the state to have action on one of these certifications. When they do that, we have to be able to comply with that. And so if we set these time frames in statute, you saw the 50 days and 120 days time for people to be able to interact on these kinds of complex permits, that if the federal government sets something shorter than that, we don't want to have a conflict between state statute and what the federal requirements are. So I have an amendment that is in your letter of testimony that would deal with that issue. That amendment has gone to DOT to take a look at. We worked through the language with them. We think that this will allow for both us to have that reasonable expectation by the regulated community as to what it would be required and when, but it also sets up that safety valve so if the federal government chooses a shorter time frame, we don't have to deny a permit simply because they didn't have enough time. So this allows us to be able to do that. I think that language has been vetted through the departments, and I think it's going to be helpful to be able to make it so that there's not a problem with that. The next part of this goes to section 3. Section 3 is about when water withdrawals need to have some certification by the state. One of the other things that 485A12 does is it sets up a system for water withdrawals from surface water. You're probably familiar, because it's been in this committee a whole bunch of times, the large groundwater withdrawal program in the state. So if you are going to put in a well into groundwater for greater than 20,000 gallons a day or 600,000 gallons over the course of a month, you're required to get a large groundwater withdrawal permit from the department. You're also required to register as a water user if you're using that much with the department. The current version of 485A, this is A12.4, requires anyone who meets that requirement of 20,000 gallons a day or 600,000 gallons over a course of a month to get a water quality certificate. That has been the law for at least 20 or 30 years, and it generally has worked well. What this bill does is it makes it clear that the way that the current law references that part of the statute, which actually sits in our Drinking Water Act, is that it applies to that entire provision. There are other parts of that provision that really aren't applicable to the surface water withdrawals as we sort of have been doing them over the last 20 or 30 years. So we've drawn that language out so it's specific to what we're actually talking about. So it really does get to this point that if it's a large surface water withdrawal, then you do need to get, again, synonymous with the groundwater program, that you would need to go and get a water quality certificate. This is quite common. We do this on snowmaking. We've done this on industrial operations. if you're up in Thornton, the Owl's Nest development has one of these that we've just gone through. It is a pretty common procedure. We've done this on for municipalities on their large surface water withdrawals. So the point of this, and the reason why we look at these, is because if you have a garden hose that you're sucking some water out of the Merrimack River, it's no big deal, right? It's a little bit of water out of a large water body. What also though happens is the opposite. We have a fire hose coming out of a small stream or pond. And those are the projects that do need to be looked at so that we don't destroy those ecosystems. And I guess the final word I would have on that is the reason why 20,000 gallons per day or 600,000 gallons per month is in statute and has been there for a very long time is to eliminate this requirement on homeowners, on individual homeowners or even a small development, and also on most agricultural users. So most agricultural users also fall below that threshold. So that was the reason for that number. That's why it's in statute. That's how it was developed. That's why it's been in play for so many years. What I would also just say, and I know that there's been some concerns expressed about that, about limiting things like dust control on construction projects, is that we have very frequently offered and have done temporary withdrawal certificates. So if somebody has a big project, a big highway project that they're trying to get done, they need for a summer to have some dust control, they've identified a water supply, we would work with them. And I think in our new rules, we're going to set up a process whereby we have almost like a permit by notification sort of thing so that people can be able to withdraw under those conditions for very temporary bases. And so I'm going to, you may hear more about that today, but that's something that the department would be willing to work with any of the stakeholders on. Finally, I'm going to pull the last piece of this is that it provides. I'm going to just cut to number 6 on these. I will talk about the other ones if you want. Well, just briefly on number 4. This is public notifications. Currently, there's nothing in statute that says we have to do public notifications or public hearings. We have done these by tradition. But this is important that people out in the public have the ability to comment on these important projects. Water conservation rules, again, currently large groundwater withdrawals, anybody taking from a large groundwater withdrawal is required to have a water conservation plan. This is common sense. You shouldn't be wasting the state's resources, the common trust resources. So this applies right now to groundwater withdrawals. It should, and we have actually been applying it to large water withdrawals. The statute is a little bit vague on that, but it also applies on anywhere where we have an in-stream flow program, which is on the designated rivers. We've done 5 rivers so far. So it already applies to a whole bunch of water users. This makes it clear it applies to all of those that have a surface water permit. And then the last piece, which Senator Gray spoke about. So several years ago, this was put into statute that we could not use a particular statistic to calculate nutrient effluent limits from wastewater treatment plants. What we discovered, and that was done in good faith, nobody quite understood that we thought it was a nothing sandwich at the time. It turns out it's a something sandwich. And really what it does is it limits the flexibility of some of the wastewater treatment plants in the state to be able to have a certain limitation on their nutrient effluent from the wastewater treatment plants. If we take this away, some of the communities in the state, a few of them, might get a little bit lower effluent limit, might. But if we take it away, there's a whole bunch of communities which will probably get more strict regulations on their wastewater treatment. That would be very expensive. We are not convinced that that's necessary from an environmental standpoint. So again, I know that I've dragged you now for several minutes down the path of arcane bureaucratic water quality regulation, but this is a seriously important one relative to how we regulate and build wastewater treatment plants in the state. Nutrient treatment is extraordinarily expensive. You can ask Rochester about that. What we are also doing is about to promulgate some new 1700 rules that are water quality standards. By making this change in the statute, we will be able to make those rules more flexible for permittees. So that was a whole mouthful that was a lot of stuff. I'm happy to work with you. I've also identified a couple of different amendments in the in our letter. One of those amendments has to do with what I suggested about making sure that we don't get caught into a bind on the timing issue. The other is making sure that there's time for applicants to be able to respond to DES without running out of time. And so those are the couple of the things that we identified after this was put forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And if you, on the amendments, if you wish to have a subcommittee, I'm happy to work with that subcommittee. So I'll stop there and see if I have, if I've left you speechless or if there's questions today. Thank you so much.
Representative Harp.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz, for taking my question. Just a short one. These amendments you proposed, had you proposed them to the Senate or did they come to your mind afterward?
Thank you for asking that question. This came after the Senate hearings, too late to be able to get them into the Senate.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm sorry, I just didn't get that number 6, which is section 7. I don't understand. Can you describe the flexibility that it provides, how it reduces the cost to municipalities, and why that's safe?
Absolutely. So I'm going to take Rochester because Rochester is sort of the reason why this provision was put in. This provision has only existed in state law for 4 years. 5 years? 18. I guess that's 5 years. Time flies. So the reason that was put in was because when EPA was looking at Rochester's wastewater treatment plant permit, which they're still working on that wastewater treatment plant permit, the way that EPA has calculated the nutrients is that they look at a certain flow statistic. 7Q10 is a flow statistic. It's the lowest 7 days, the lowest week of flow in a 10-year period. So you take all the flows that we've ever measured across time, and we calculate this statistic out of them, which we identify the lowest flow 7 days in a row over a 10-year period. And so it's a common statistic used in flow calculations. And where this comes from is we usually use it for looking at toxicity issues. So it's a low flow. It's basically the definition of a low flow. That doesn't happen very often, but if you're a critter and it's a toxic substance that's going into the water during those low flow periods, you would be bumming because it could be killer for you. So that has been applied to nutrients over time. And what they've done is they've basically set an in-stream target for nutrients at 100 micrograms per liter for we're really talking about phosphorus here. Nutrients, nitrogen has a whole different pathway. This is really about phosphorus. And so those of you who work in the phosphorus world, Representative Rung, that this is one way in which we look at that. And this really has to do with rivers. It doesn't really have to do with lakes. So the way that the effluent would be calculated for Rochester would be, what would be the effluent that they would need to put out that would meet 100 micrograms per liter in the river, so that the river would measure 100 micrograms per liter of phosphorus under these low flow conditions. And this became problematic in the permitting world because Rochester believed that this would create an onerous situation for them in terms of basically having to add additional components to their wastewater treatment plant. So what they were asking for, so they did away with it so that couldn't happen. Unfortunately, that didn't really do away with it because EPA writes the permit. So EPA continued to use 7Q10 and 100 anyway. But what we're doing, and this has been in deep consultation with Rochester and other communities in the state, and in fact, their consultants helped us to create some of the rules that we're now going to be proposing. And they've seen those rules and they're very pleased with them. And that's what Senator Gray was referring to, is that his communities have seen the rules that we intend to do. which would allow the flexibility for communities that benefit from the 7Q10 and 100, as well as people like Rochester who would like to propose an alternative method. So this allows us to have our cake and eat it too, because there are communities that do very well under the 7Q10 and 100 simply because of the geology and the way that their watersheds and the way that the river statistics work within their particular river. This is a little complex. This is water quality 400 at this point, but that's the way that this, that's why this is important. And that's why taking this out allows the flexibility so that we don't somehow penalize other communities and provide Rochester and similar situations with some other alternative method in order to be able to calculate their effluent limits. Did that make sense at all?
As much as I'm going to get, yeah.
Okay.
Glad somebody's up to speed. Got a question,
Yes, sir.
or first I got an observation. Got this memo last night. I'm reading it, and right in the middle of it says, since the creation of SB 60, the Hampshire DES has recognized that certain changes would improve the bill and suggests the following changes be incorporated. Well, my question is, okay, where's the amendment?
Yeah, so I'm happy to send you that immediately.
An amendment? Yeah.
Yes. So we have the language. The language of the amendment is here.
Okay.
This has all the language that we would want is in the letter. And I will send you a full version of the bill that shows that. It's just because this bill is when you see it, it's got cuts and pastes and strikeouts. And I wanted to sort of explain it to you before you saw the amendment so that it would be more understandable where we're coming from.
Okay,
So.
good. Now I can take my meds.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
And we're happy to work with
I-
OLS also if there's any
Yeah,
questions.
This is a rather complicated bill, and I don't do complicated amendments.
Yes, it's very. I apologize. It's again. This is the truly arcane world in which we live. So
Okay, so, all right. Any questions, Representative McHugh? Oh. I saw you first. I'm the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Deers, for taking my question. It is a complicated bill, and the big PowerPoint to get during the hearing. Was the commissioner joining you today? It's like you said, it's an omnibus bill.
the commissioner has not joined me today, but we've had obviously this is lots and lots of conversations about this, and so I'm not sure. The commissioner is fully supportive of this. I'm not sure what else you're quite asking there.
So you've referred to a lot of rulemaking
Yes.
to solve a lot of complicated problems, and a lot of folks have been involved with rulemaking, and
Right.
they've got suggested rulemaking here and there, and other folks have seen the proposed rules for rulemaking. Can we see those rules?
Absolutely. We're still in the process of crafting them, so they're not totally ready yet, but we are in the process of doing that. You all can certainly we'll share. We can certainly share when we have. Again, I don't think we're ready quite yet with those rules. They're still being crafted, so I don't think it includes all of the aspects that would be in this bill yet.
Further question?
For a follow-up.
So if a lot's being solved in rulemaking and it's a complex bill and we just got to look at some of the amendment, or we haven't seen the amendment yet, maybe we should retain this until we see some of those rules and get a better look at what you really want.
What I would like to share with you is that certainly on that item number 6, which we have rules fully crafted on that particular piece. So I would be very happy to share that piece with you, because that's really the one piece that is highly dependent. That's where the only piece in which the rules are highly dependent on this, are dependent on this. And because we're going to be moving those forward immediately to EPA, and there's some people around the state with other aspects that are in 1700 rules, namely aluminum and arsenic, which are very important to other people in the state. We need to move those forward. That particular piece about number 6 is the piece that's most dependent on rules. And so that's the piece that I'm absolutely prepared today to send around to you.
Further question. Is any of this Senate Bill 60 or the subsequent rulemaking, does any of it have a direct impact on a imminent public health emergency or anything that can't wait a bit to get it right and put some of those rules in statute? Like I personally favor statute over
Right.
rulemaking rulemaking to be named later,
Yeah. So the
if you will.
that's a great question. It's a great question. I would just say that again, there's two different rule sets we're talking about. Maybe this is what's confusing. It's confusing to
Not
me.
confusing. It's just we haven't seen any of it,
Right.
and it's
So-
sort of to be determined, and
Right.
that makes me nervous.
So there's two different rule sets. One, the rule set is rule set around 401 certifications. And that's nothing in there at this point, except that I've talked about maybe some ways of talking about some of the things that people might be concerned about in this bill. Everything else has been put into statute. There's nothing that's not in statute here. So the only pieces that would go into the particular 401 certification piece would be the administrative trappings of how this all gets put into place. We don't have that currently. Those rules do not exist currently. So everything that's in statute today is really the only things that would be there and would be administrative pieces. There's no limitations. There's no specific numbers in there. That piece is really just the administrative process side. When do you apply? What's the form you apply on? Those kinds of things. The 1700 rules, which are the water quality standards, which is provision number 6, that actually has implications today on permits that are being written by EPA. So that is a piece that really does need to get pushed through. And again, that's a piece in which the rules are written. I'm happy to share those, and we are prepared to share those. So again, I think sort of two separate issues that I don't think there's not dependency on rules except for that last piece.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Rung, did you have a question?
I have a couple, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And thank you very much, Mr. Deers, for taking my question.
Absolutely.
On page 1 of the bill, line 5 and 6, it talks about discharge complies with the state surface water quality standards applicable to the classification for the receiving surface water body. Do we have discharges? I mean, receiving surface water body, are those just rivers? Do we discharge into lakes as well? Is that just pertinent to wastewater treatment discharge?
Thank you for asking the question. The 401 program largely it relates to rivers and wastewater treatment plants, both private and public wastewater treatment plants. We have we don't have wastewater treatment plants that discharge to lakes.
Okay.
Those have been phased out over the years for obvious reasons, like turning Winnipesaukee green. Is a good reason to not have your wastewater treatment plant. That was the impetus for building the Winnipesaukee River Basin project. It was to take that waste and be able to treat it and put very clean water back into the Winnipesaukee River and then into the Merrimack. So we have very, very few projects that ever in the 401 world would trigger something that would go to a lake from a discharge perspective. Now, there are other projects that would have such a large wetland impact, that they would stimulate a wetland permit from the Army Corps, an individual permit. There we would do a water quality cert, and we would look at all of those issues. And if it happened to be drainage to a lake, we would be looking at that in the context of the lake.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Chair. Okay, so when we talk about receiving surface water body, that's primarily almost always rivers, but it can include wetlands if they drain into a lake.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I have another question. On page 2 of the bill, on line 14, the language or diversion of surface water has been removed. do you know why that is being removed from the bill?
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you for picking that up. This again comes back to Rochester appears to be my victim of choice today. Sorry, Senator. But the Seacoast is common that, so for example, in Rochester, they take water from one reservoir and send it to another reservoir based on the water conditions that are going on in those particular places. We don't want something like that because it's been going on forever. Or even if it was new, it's still going from just one reservoir to another. We don't want that to stimulate a permitting process. So that's one of the reasons why we've put this language directly into the statute here that comes, and this actually comes out of the Clean Drinking Water Act statute. We put it directly here so that it doesn't somehow implicate other things like a diversion. And so we want to make sure that this is very clear. It's specific to that particular thing.
I got it. All right, because that, I just want to make sure that we recognize water diversion as
Yes.
an important consideration in permitting.
Absolutely. It is always, but in this case, you wouldn't want to do that because it could cause weird permitting things to happen.
Okay. And then a final question, Mr. Chair. Thank you. When you talk about the water quality certification, and could you go into what is actually measured to determine water quality
Sure.
to comply with the certification requirements?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll pick on DOT a little bit, just because it's fun. But so they would sometimes get 401 certifications for large highway projects, and one of the water quality standards that we have, which is quite common, that this is the discussion we have, is around turbidity. So they have projects that are creating, runoff as they're doing their projects, and then subsequent to that, they have drainage they have a whole drainage system that has stormwater treatment systems, all of that, as well as all the work components that are going on at the time. Our water quality standard for New Hampshire says that you can't have a turbidity that's higher than 10, what's called NTUs above background. And so when DOT proposes a large project like this, and it has this 404 permit, we're making sure that all of those kinds of best management practices that they've designed to treat the water and to make sure that during construction that they're not going to have a turbidity problem, that those are certified. The way that they're doing it, that the plans that they're using, the other permits that they've gotten, are what's going to meet water quality standards, so that the people of New Hampshire can be sure that that water quality standard will be met while this project is going on and afterwards. That's really how this plays out. And so we would be looking at their engineering plans, we would be looking at the other permits that they've gotten, and we would say, yep, they're covered. And that's largely how it works, is yep, they've done a really good job, they're covered for this. And then we're looking at all of the other water quality standards we would have as well. But that's a good example of how this would work.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hate to say it. Any other questions? You have not asked a question yet, Representative Wolf.
Thank you, Mr.
Then-
Chairman,
then
and thank you for taking
Then
the question.
Representative Darby.
This is a huge bill, although it's only, a couple of pages. You get going on the thing, it's huge. Does it pay to break it apart and deal with each section, somewhat to what Mr. McHugh, Representative McHugh was saying? Bring it forward in different sections so that we can get some of those things that you're talking about that are in process completed, maybe not do those now, and do the parts that you need to do, I guess, for Rochester right now.
So I think it's a great question. It's not a horrible idea. I think that I want you all to be very comfortable with what you're passing. And so if there are parts that we'd like to break apart, I'm certainly willing to entertain that, and we can have a conversation about how that might go forward. So if that is how the committee wants to go eventually, I don't think that that's a problem. We can come back with other parts of this in the next session. I think that that's fine. there are some parts that I think were important and that, I think, again, I want to make sure that everyone is comfortable and understands the bill because in general, we think that these are sort of housekeeping things, but it sounds big when you see the whole thing in paper. And so I think we'd make sure that everyone is comfortable with that, however that approach takes place.
Thank you. And I just say, at this point, I'm not comfortable with what I'm seeing.
You're not comfortable? You should be where I sit. Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the question, taking my question. Same question for me. So you talked about two sets of rules, and it seems like the rules for 1700 are important.
Yep.
Are those the rules that are described in section 6 of this?
Yes.
Okay. One more, brief.
For a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any reason why the proposed amendments that you've laid out in this memo couldn't be taken up next year?
Yes, thank you for the question. If I were to break this apart at this moment, what I would do is I would take the number 1 and the number 6 and move those forward now. The number 1 is really important because it allows us to do those waivers. And that's really to both an applicant's, favor. And so I think if I were to move something forward, it would be that number 1 piece, which is line 9 of page 1 of the bill. And then I would move forward. That number 6 piece, which is 11 and 12 of page 4 of the bill. So if we were going to break this apart in that way, that's how I would go about doing it, because I think that hits the key pieces that are really important today.
Mr. Chair. When you're using the numbers off of your your sheet, but
Right.
you're not
Sorry.
using the sections.
I will
of
use the sections on your sheet. I apologize, because that makes more sense.
Yeah, I
Since
did
it's
that
actually the
section.
bill.
Yeah.
So it would be section 1, which is the enforcement of classification section, which is on line 1 of page 1. And section 7. Section 7. That's why it's confusing. Section 7, which is line 24 of page 3.
Okay. But I thought that you were saying that the 1700 rules, which are covered in section
Yes.
6, were also critical.
Yes. So 6 is 7. I'm sorry. So 6 is section 7 in here. I wrote it as number 6 in my notes to you. So section 6 is not necessarily that important. The rules for water conservation, not important right now. Because they are important. That's why we put them in the bill. But I want to make sure everyone's comfortable with that. If you're asking for what's really essential out of this bill, it's sections 1 and 7.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about the confusion there.
Representative Donnelly.
Real brief. Thank you for taking my question. What's the benefit of keeping it all together and not breaking it out? Because you clearly put it together. I'm just curious, what's
Right.
the benefit of this?
The benefit, and I think, again, with respect to the questions that have come up about rulemaking, and I do respect those very much, is that it helps to inform all the rules that we're going to be doing simultaneously. That's the advantage of doing all this now, is that it kind of gets it in a place where we can now move forward quickly. So I think but again, no one's gonna die if we break these apart. So if we need to hold off on that, I'm fine with that. And again, we can separate the bill into a couple pieces. So it certainly has an advantage for the department in that we can create a whole cogent set of rules based on changes in statute. That makes it a lot easier for us to do that. But I understand that people want to kind of understand how those play together.
For a follow-up.
For a quick follow-up, because I've been down the path of putting through some of your permits. How does it help the end contractor, the end consumer, the end people? How does it help having everything in one bill?
Sure.
Versus splitting it out? I understand from you, is it been more beneficial for you as DES, or is it more does it actually help the end consumer?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say that the middle sections of this bill primarily help the permittee. They lay out a cogent set of ways that people are going to move forward through this process. They lay out timeframes. They make it less likely that someone would be able to appeal based on timeframes. So yes, it does have, we think that most of these will have a benefit to the applicant themselves, especially the timing pieces. The timing pieces will have a benefit, especially as the federal government also is changing its 401 rules to make sure that what we have in place will make sure that that's going to work with the federal rules. So yeah, there's a benefit, of course. So however we want to go through that, but I want to make sure that this is successful in getting through the committee, that there's a good understanding of what this is in the committee, and that everyone can be, supportive of it. I think that's really important.
Right, okay. My problem is I gotta figure out how to get this bill through here. And right now, I'm clueless. We have a whole lot of various issues,
Sure.
whole lot of parts of this bill. And also there's a part of the bill, like an amendment coming that we haven't even seen yet.
Right.
So we're just gonna go around in a circle for the rest of the day if we continue. So and I'm just trying to, doing it off the top of my head, wherever. And we maybe should be looking to continue this hearing at some future date. Maybe think we have some time next week between from 9 o'clock to 10:30. But should we either recess the commission to the committee or for this hearing to then, or have a work session on this bill, just to see what we can, if we can, cut the salami up into bites so that we can eat this. Representative Wolf, you have a
Thank you,
comment?
Mr. Chairman. I'm hearing that there are some parts of this bill that are more important, that should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Am I correct on that?
Yes, thank you. I think that's a good assessment.
So, follow up. If that is in fact true, I'm wondering whether you could figure out a way to break it into two pieces and come back at the work session in parts.
Well, we could do that at that work session, because I'm talking about next week. We have time. If we have probably an hour and a half from 9 o'clock to 10:30 to be able to do something. To have a work session. Representative Vale, you got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in full support of having a work session on April 19th at 9 a.m.
Representative Harb?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know if there's anybody else here that was going to speak on this bill
I don't-
before you
I-
decide to continue it.
I don't have anybody.
Nobody else? Okay.
Is there
thank you.
anyone else? But that is a good point. Anyone else wish to speak on this bill? Not, say at 9 o'clock, 9 to 10, and I say 9 to 10:30, because we do have a 10:30 bill on that. To hear after that. Is that okay? I mean, I'm doing this on the fly.
I think you had
It
suggested.
won't be an executive.
He won't be there.
So you did just say that you wouldn't. But yeah, yes, if you have any comments, maybe you can possibly, yeah, we could probably call in or something. Any other comments on the, we do have, by the way, another set of, we are having a session on the 19th, but it was good, but was gonna start at 10:30, but it'll start at 9.
In case you wanted to do something between 9 and 9:30, why don't you do this work session at 9:30 to 10? That gives you a half an hour if you want to do something.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll talk about it when we'll be able to. Cause we've got to get it, we've got to get the hearing in, and we also need the copy of the amendment.
Yes.
Any other comments? First class question, comment?
I just wanted to comment that Department of Transportation might want to be here for that, and I noticed that
It'll be
they,
a work session, anybody can come.
thank you.
There are public hearings.
So,
Work session.
thank you, Ms. Chair. I appreciate this opportunity to be able to have further discussions on this bill. What I would like to do perhaps is in advance, I'll send kind of the whole bill with the proposed amendments that are in our letter.
Yep.
What I will also do is, well, why don't I do that? That'll provide the ability to be able to have that conversation. And then what I would also do is present, I'll send around our current draft of the parts of the 1700 rules that would be affected by that last section of this bill. I think that would be also helpful, so you see that this is, that piece is for reals. We have that already crafted. So we can have that for you, and then we can be prepared to talk about any of the other aspects. And I think having the entire, having an entire piece in front of us all at once will be helpful.
Okay. Any other questions, any other comments? If not, I will, actually, I think I can adjourn because we will be going to a work session, so that'll be posted. I adjourn the hearing. Thank you very much. Now, moving right along. There we go. How you doing? These all for. Open on Senate Bill 123.
Thank you.
The chair is, the
Good
floor
morning.
is yours.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 123, relative to the adoption of ambient groundwater quality standards by the Department of Environmental Services. This comes before the committee as a request of the Commissioner of DES, and it does two things. First, it corrects an internal inconsistency in existing statute regarding the criteria the department has to use when establishing or amending ambient groundwater quality standards. And if you look at the existing statute, you see that in one place it says that the standard shall be equivalent to any state maximum contaminant level, but also says that it should be at least as stringent as any federal advisory. So complying with this wouldn't be possible if the state level is less stringent than the federal health advisory, which is a realistic possibility, and given the way these advisories come out. So you'll see on lines 9 through 12 here, the language is corrected to make that consistent, so that we'll have the state standards that will be equivalent, but then we could adopt more stringent ones if we wish. The second part of the bill gives the required flexibility to the commissioner on evaluating those health advisories from the federal government. The existing statute said issued or published, and we want to change that to adopted, because that will give the commissioner the flexibility and the option to determine whether or not it makes sense, both for a health purpose or for a financial cost issue, to adopt those federal standards. So that's what the bill does. I think that, in a sense it's technical, but it also, I think importantly, recognizes the flexibility that DES needs. Our department, as you know, has been such a leader when it comes to PFAS and other harmful chemicals and trying to protect our citizens, our children, and so forth. And this will be an important ability for the commissioner to really be able to do the job without being caught up in this inconsistency or handcuffed by occasionally inappropriate federal statutes. So there it is, Mr. Chairman. And I do know that we have folks here from DES.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions for the senator? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Very much. Recognize Mr. Wimstadt and Mr. Drew, representing DES.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for New Hampshire DES. Joining me this morning is Scott Drew, a project manager in our Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning in support of Senate Bill 123. As Senator Waters indicated in his introduction of the bill, this was a request of the Department of Environmental Services, and we fully support the bill as amended by the Senate. Essentially, and I think Senator Waters summarized it well, we have RSA 45C is the Groundwater Protection Act, and it basically provides the authority and the enabling legislation to allow DES to address and oversee the cleanup of contaminated sites in the state. And one of the fundamental parts of that is having enforceable ambient groundwater quality standards that apply to all man-made contaminants that may find their way into the state's groundwater. And this bill would amend 45C6, which is a portion of the section of the statute that dictates how we set those ambient groundwater quality standards. And as the senator, very appropriately described, there's an internal inconsistency in that language that we are very likely to see come about. It's not a theoretical one in the near term here. For those of you who follow the news regarding PFAS, EPA just this spring proposed new, for the first time, federally enforceable drinking water MCLs, maximum contaminant levels, for several PFAS compounds. And I'll use PFOA as an example because it's a good example, and it's the primary contaminant that we see in southern New Hampshire as a result of a number of releases that have occurred there. And so the proposed MCL for PFOA that EPA published is 4 parts per trillion. And they have indicated that they anticipate, after the appropriate public comment and review, finalizing that standard in probably early 2024. Meanwhile, there's also an interim health advisory. It's not a final, but it's an interim health advisory that EPA issued some time ago that is 3 orders of magnitude lower than that. It's on the order of 4 parts per quadrillion. And if you look at the language, and they have not finalized that yet, but we expect that they will finalize that health advisory in the coming months or perhaps in the coming year. And if that were to happen, it exposes the internal inconsistency that exists right now in 45C6, because the law would have us, basically what happens is when they set a federal MCL, our drinking water program typically adopts that federal MCL. So let's say that happens and we then have a state MCL of 4 parts per trillion, but then they finalize the health advisory at 4 parts per quadrillion, and the statute tells us to use both of those. And obviously they're 3 orders of magnitude apart. We'd be in a quandary to figure out what do we do at this point. So what this bill would do is really make it very clear that the ambient groundwater quality standard is to be set equivalent to the state MCL, which we expect would be in line with the federal MCL once it's finalized. But it retains for the commissioner, when circumstances may warrant, the ability and the authority to set a lower ambient groundwater quality standard than that state MCL when circumstances might dictate. And that's really, it is as simple as that. It's really about addressing this inconsistency so that DES knows what it is we're supposed to do to comply with the law once these standards are finalized. And with that, we'll be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Any questions by anyone from the committee? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the question. In the financial note, it talks about checking for maybe it's in the bill, checking for a lifetime exposure risk of 1 cancer case in per 1 million exposed population. It's in the, maybe it's not the financial note. Maybe
Yeah, that is in the bill, you're right.
it's in the bill, yeah. And so I'm just wondering how that's measured, and that's the law, that would be the statute that the commissioner would have to set the guidelines by.
Yeah, that is existing law. That is not essentially not being changed with this amendment. What that's really saying is that if because the commissioner basically has in now and even with this amendment retains discretion to make judgment calls about what we know, use not just these standards that have been set, but also use information that we have about the toxicology of a particular contaminant. And so the commissioner will retain the authority to set an ambient groundwater quality standard based upon a health advisory that is associated with evaluating cancer risk. So probably the best way to explain this is that we regulate a host of contaminants with ambient groundwater quality standards. Not all of those contaminants have a federal or a state drinking water MCL. There are many of them that don't have an MCL established. And so when we set those, one of the criteria that we can use is, well, what's the federal health advisory for that? Is there a health advisory for it? And in many cases, those health advisories may be issued for different reasons. They may be for a health endpoint that's related to cancer, or it could be about some other disease that isn't cancer. So in the case where they establish it based on a cancer risk for a compound or contaminant that's believed to be cancer causing, EPA will use actually a range of cancer risks. They'll use a 1 in 10,000 excess cancer risk, a 1 in 100,000, or 1 in a million. And what our law has said for many years, and it's how we've implemented it, is when we are setting a standard based on a health advisory that is related to cancer, we're going to set it at that 1 in 1 million excess cancer risk. So this just that part doesn't change with respect to this amendment.
All right, thanks for the explanation.
A question myself. How do you measure 1 part in a quadrillion?
Well, the short answer is you don't right now. With respect to
Oh, it's a wish.
with respect to PFAS, the reliable, commercially available laboratories who have done amazing work in the last 7 years to really bring their game to a very low level of detection, they can reliably detect usually around 1 part per trillion and report 1 to 2 parts per trillion. They can report that, and they can have some, expectation that it's a reliable number. Below that, it's just not, and I'm not saying it won't get there someday, but it's not there right now.
But not to be argumentative, but they're establishing a standard by using it.
Sure. Well, to be fair, what EPA has proposed with their federal drinking water MCL is 4 parts per trillion, which absolutely can be measured.
Right.
And in many respects, that number, I think, has in part been selected by EPA because they believe it to be across the board nationally a number that laboratories that are doing this work on drinking water can absolutely detect and report accurately. So the 4 part per quadrillion number is not an enforceable standard. It's never been intended to be that. It's a health advisory that has really a whole lot of other considerations that go into setting that. And it's not intended to be a standard that would be enforced on a public drinking water system or something like that. It's intended to be guidance that can be used by toxicologists and regulators and risk managers to make decisions about a whole host of things, including what do we do when we're cleaning up a site? What do we shoot for? Right? And, one of the problems with PFAS is that, the latest information that EPA has released with their proposed MCL suggests that it's potentially toxic and could have health effects at very, very low concentrations. So their health advisory reflects that analysis. But then when they look at how they're going to regulate public water systems, they have to look at not only that, but they have to set a standard that people can actually test for and demonstrate that they can meet. And they do. There's a whole host of work. They released 2,800 pages of analysis and backup information when they proposed this MCL. And people all over the country, including DS, are reviewing that pretty carefully now, and will be participating in the public comment process for that.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions or any other, we have no other ticket. You think maybe that this might be something we might want to exec right now? I mean, I'm just throwing it out. Is anybody comfortable with doing that?
Are you okay with,
Huh?
Yes.
is it unanimous or should we caucus?
Well,
I mean among the 10
oh,
on our
you-
side,
you
not
can-
yours.
if if we need to caucus, we can just pull this, it doesn't,
Just do it or let's just do it.
what do you?
Everyone?
Yeah, I'm not putting any pressure on anybody, and as far as I'm concerned, if one person says they're not comfortable, then I would,
Then we'll just save it.
then we'll save it. Everybody comfortable doing it? Yeah,
You got 10 minutes if she wants to take 2 minutes to think about it.
yeah, if you wanna, we can go, yeah, what is it? What's the?
Next one's 11:15.
11, this one's 11:15, so if you want, you want
You need
to,
to leave the room for 5 minutes.
you want it?
She's okay.
You're okay with it?
Oh,
We're in.
I just lost the clerk. Hey.
Let's go.
Yes. I mean, yeah, we can, we've never used this.
Eamon just texted me. He's good with it.
Well, he ain't even
Representative
here.
Yeah.
And
Well, I had
he's
said,
not
please
voting.
participate if you need to,
I mean, we can just,
and I will facilitate.
they'll, I don't know where,
Just before the next meeting.
yeah, well, right, well, we won't, I won't shut the meeting down. Yeah, I won't adjourn it. We'll go right into executive session and as soon as she comes back. Soon as the clerk comes back. It's the first time we've done this. So, that's right. Oh, shit, I'm gonna shut this. We took this back. Let's see. Just in reading this, well, it looks like the entire delegation from, from Merrimack is on this bill. Or at least all that could fit on this. So, but, so we'll, why don't I, yes, look for a motion. Well, Representative Rung is on the bill.
Yeah, I move that we ought to pass on Senate Bill 123 FN.
Seconded by Representative Healy. Is there any discussion on, is there any discussion on on Senate Bill 123 FN? Representative Vale?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm delighted to be able to exec this bill today. I think it's really important, and I appreciate the sponsors for putting this forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I apologize, Representative Rung. I should recognize you first as the making of the motion. You wish to speak on your motion?
No, I support this bill as a co-sponsor. I think it's important that our statutes are consistent and federal law doesn't create conflicts within our own statute. So I look at this primarily as a housekeeping bill.
Representative Healy, wish to speak on your second?
It's just what she said, good housekeeping and just keep up with the federal standards.
Okay. Are you ready, sir?
Well, they haven't included the usual paper, here it is.
Oh.
All right, I am ready to.
Okay. All right. On Senate Bill 123 FN, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes.
On the motion of
Ought to pass. On the motion of ought to pass, Representative Hart,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Horgan,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Healy,
Yes.
Representative Wolf, Representative McHugh,
Yes.
Representative Donnelly,
Yes.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Vale,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Kelly is, wait a minute.
Kelly's not here.
Okay, yeah. Representative Simpson? She's not here either, okay. Representative Baldwin?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Darby?
Yes.
Representative White?
Yes.
Representative Lamontagne?
Yes.
Representative Lovett?
Not here.
Not here. And Representative Ryan?
Yes.
And Representative Renzullo?
Yes.
Okay. That is 17 yeas, 0 nays, motion passes.
Motion passes. And I will adjourn the executive session on, and the hearing on Senate Bill 123. Consent, yes.
Okay.
Now we want to debate it.
Remember the days when we did.
Huh?
Remember the days
All
when we
right.
did.
That's right,
Okay, so
that's right.
She made the motion. Remember that wrong
Okay. To call a hearing to order on Senate Bill 229 relative to administration of certain wetland permits by the Department of Environmental Services. Senator Bradley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Jeb Bradley from Wolfboro, Senate District 3, and pleased to be here and sponsor of Senate Bill 229. I was asked to file this bill by the Department of Environmental Services. I did. And the purpose of the bill is to make certain technical changes to wetlands criteria. The department is here. They can testify to them if you have specific questions, but it adds a 10-cent per square foot disturbance associated with the amendment request. It doesn't add that, it clarifies it. It allows the department to grant an extension of the 120-day time period, and it clarifies the jurisdictional levels. And then Representative McConkey asked me, starting in Section 4, to add criteria for rebuilding septic systems in New Hampshire, to make sure that when someone replaces the septic system, they can use the original design, and that the plans, if they're missing, can revert back to prior state approvals. So those are the conditions of this bill as it passed the Senate. The one thing that is not in this bill, the department had asked me to put in a provision that sought to change a Supreme Court ruling on rebuilding non-conforming structures within the 100, or I believe the 50-foot setback of the Shoreland Protection Act. That proved to be pretty controversial to the Senate. It was my recommendation that it be removed. I think that there needs to be an agreement between property owners, and quite frankly, it was the realtors who brought the concern to me, and the department on protecting pre-existing rights and not overturning a Supreme Court decision and adding new regulations on pre-existing structures. And I think that's something that needs to be negotiated and brought back in another piece of legislation at some point in time in the future. So that is not in this bill. It was in the original version of the bill. So thank you.
Any questions from the senator? Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Regarding the section 4, with subsection 4A1 talks about accessory dwelling units, and it specifically calls out one accessory dwelling unit. I wonder if that's because that's, you know, what's in the law in RSA 674-72, and I wonder if 674-72 should be referenced instead of spelling it out, the one explicitly there.
I'm not sure I can answer that question. I inserted this language directly as Representative McConkey, who is a septic designer, asked me to do. And as I said, the whole idea behind it was to make sure you could rebuild a septic system based on the original approved version of it for a rebuild of that design.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Throwbridge from DES.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Rizzullo and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Philip Trowbridge. I'm the manager of the Land Resource Management Programs at New Hampshire DES. The Land Resource Management Programs includes wetlands permitting, alteration of terrain permitting, and subsurface systems bureau permitting, which is septic systems. So thank you for this opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 229. The department supports this bill because it fixes several small issues in the statutes related to the permitting programs that can create ambiguity or difficulty for applicants. Our program, the program that I oversee, handles over 10,000 permits a year, and the vast majority of these go very smoothly, and there's no issues. But because we handle such a high volume, every once in a while we come across little glitches that create complications, and we keep track of those. And this bill is a compilation of those where we think these fixes will make things easier for applicants. There's 4 parts of the bill. The first 2 parts pertain to the alteration of terrain statute, and they clarify how to calculate fees in these rare instances where someone is coming in to amend a previous application. The statute is just a little bit unclear on that. Right now, some people think it reads that we should charge this fee based on the total area of impact of the whole project, whereas the intent was really to just charge it on the new impact for the amendment. So it's just making sure that that's clear to people. And then obviously we want to give people time to respond to questions if we have them. The wetland statute has that. We just think it should also be in the alteration of terrain statute. The third part of the bill, it relates to wetlands. And this is again a rare case situation. Very rarely you have an applicant who comes in and they have a property that spans a town boundary. And the rules are written, or the statute is written now, that they have to notify the town. And so now they're dealing with 2 towns and 2 town clerks and 2 local conservation commissions. So this is just clarifying that you would deal with the town where your impacts are actually occurring. And finally, the 4th part of the bill pertains to this repair and replacement for in kind for septic systems. And there's 3 changes here. One is we put some clarification as to what a domestic sewage is, because this provision was put in only for domestic wastes, but that's not defined anywhere. And that's led to some confusion where people will come in and try and use this portion of the bill or this part of the law for like an apartment building replacement or a condominium replacement. And those are much more complicated systems. They often have multiple owners. It really wasn't meant for that. And that's why we mentioned, single family dwelling with 1 ADU. Second part was to ask to submit the prior state approvals, which is a requirement to use this provision in advance. This may seem like more work for the applicant, but in reality, we've had a lot of cases where people go ahead and do the work that they think they're authorized to do when they don't actually have their approvals, the old prior approvals, and then they run into a circumstance where they can't finish the work and they have to come to us to do applications, do a full application, and there's a lot of delays. It also helps the contractor because they know that they have the actual final plan and they're building things according to what was approved. And then to kind of mitigate some of the extra work on that, we're allowing the source of that plan to be broader than just the state or town records, that the designers who designed the original system can now provide that information. It's because they often have records, and there are known gaps in our archives from times when records were lost due to leaks in buildings and things. So We know that sometimes we need to rely on the designers to get that information. So those are all the pieces of the bill. What these all have in common is that they're purely administrative. They don't reduce or expand environmental protections. They will make it easier for applicants and their contractors, and they won't increase costs to the applicants, the state, or municipal governments. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to answer any of your questions.
Representative Rung?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Trowbridge, for taking my question. I actually have two questions, but my primary question is on the part of the bill which addresses septic systems. Up until a bill that we passed, I believe last year, there were certain people that were allowed to submit their own septic system designs without having to go through a state approval, if I think I'm understanding that correctly. So would this sort of waiver of having a new design apply to them? Because there may be septic systems that are in place that should not have been approved, but they're in. Is there a way for those designs to be reconsidered before they're able to waive approval for a replacement?
Very good. Thank you for the question, Representative Rung. The bill you're referring to last year, it removed the requirement, it removed the ability for someone to design their own system. However, they could, even when that was in place, they still needed approval from the department to, of that design. So the circumstance where someone has built a faulty design, didn't come to the state at all, and then now is seeking to replace it, that shouldn't exist because we had to approve their design. And the reason we passed that bill last year is it normally takes us a very long time to get to an agreed upon design. And so the design that we approved is suitable for replacement.
Okay. Follow-up question, Mr. Chair. So, so if an existing design is going to be applied to a replacement system, is there any consideration for the reasons why that system may have failed in the first place? That maybe it just wasn't an issue of the natural decline of the system, that there could have been some other element that caused that failure that should be taken in consideration before a new system is replaced, a new system is constructed?
Yeah. All right, thank you for the question. Determining the cause of a septic system failure is extremely complicated because it deals with question of the use of the system and what may have been put into it. It can deal with the original design or the technology that was used. So if there's a really obvious cause of the failure, that's to be that's determined, and that's, I think, factored into what people would want to do next. But the mass majority, no one knows exactly why. One thing to know about this repair and replacement in kind option is it can only be done once. So it's if someone's put in a septic system and then it fails, they can use this repair and replacement in kind option just one time. And if it fails again, then they have we have to come in for a whole new design. That's where a greater consider maybe a rethink of the design would happen.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions by members of the committee? Senator Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So it sounds like you're familiar with the language regarding the ADUs in Section 4. The RSA I referenced, 674-72, specifically is about ADUs on single family dwellings. And so for example, there was a bill this year that failed in the House that said, oh, we want to increase the number of ADUs that are allowed if the septic supports it, right? So that would have updated 674-72, and then would have been inherited if that were supported, rather than having to amend this as well. That's why my question is, should this reference the accessory dwelling units as stated for single-family residences in 674-72.
Right, thank you for the question, Representative Darby. I think that's a very good point. We did look at 674 as we, as we were working on this language, because we felt that we should include accessory dwelling units in this and not just say that it only applied to single family dwellings, because more and more houses have ADUs. And then an ADU had the, talking about an ADU was like, by that definition in 674-71 was that it had a common ownership. And so that relieves any of the concerns about dealing with multiple owners on the property. And we chose, you know, one ADU, but if there's another part of 674 that says, you know, something about the number of ADUs that could be there, that's something we could certainly look at, you know, cross-referencing to that. I don't know at what point, you know, if there'd be a large number of houses with more than 1 or 2 ADUs, you know, probably there is a limit as to what this, you know, could be held, the capacity to treat the waste on a house lot, on a septic system.
Any other questions?
A separate follow-up. So my question was, thank you for the question again. In section 4 again, when the approved plan is not available from the state, you know, you mentioned some cases where it's destroyed. Would DES check and say, like, we do have this or not, rather than sort of just say, okay, we've, you know, in case somebody tried to say, oh no, this was the original plan? Like, is there some kind of checks and balances there?
Correct. Thank you for the question. And that gets to the first, or the change in the middle part of the second page, where we're asking for a copy of the approved construction and operation prior, you know, submitted with the application. And that is where we are cross-checking to make sure that this, what plan has been submitted or what approvals have been submitted are the most recent ones. And then each plan is assigned a number, so that if we have an approval and we know from our databases that that's the most recent approval, that the plan that they're going to work off of is the plan that was from that approval. So, and that's the case where, you know, we have our databases, we know that this was approved on such and such a date with this number, but for whatever reason, the plan is missing. We can now, that can be obtained from the designer, and it can be cross-referenced by the plan number so that we know that it corresponds to the approval.
Perfect, thanks.
Any other questions? Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still dwelling on the septic system issue, and a question I have, so first of all, I don't see in the bill where it just gives that one pass. Do you know where
Sorry, it's not in the bill, it's in the original statute, which I don't have with me.
Oh, the original statute allows for the same design?
Yeah, just once.
Okay.
And I can try and find it if I can.
Okay.
If you just 1 minute.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, if you could look at in the middle of the page, it's there's a number 9. The system has not been previously repaired or replaced.
Okay, I see it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then one other question is on line 16 of that same page, it says a system is not within 75 feet. And I know that's currently in statute, but I'm just curious why we have that 75 feet for a septic system, but the shoreline protection area is 250 feet.
Okay, thank you for the question. There's a, if I could step back on that, the shoreline protection has several thresholds or setbacks. There's the 50-foot setback for vegetated buffer, and then there's the 150-foot for vegetated, vegetated buffer and also no primary structures.
Okay.
And then within 150 feet, there's other restrictions on fertilizer use and other things. And then within the full protected shoreline is 250 feet. And that deals with some stormwater controls.
Okay.
So there's a gradation there in shoreland. The 75 feet setbacks were set in subsurface for dealing with hydrology and flows from a septic system to some other water body. 75 feet is the typical setback to a drinking water well, and that's been determined that that's kind of the area from which the well is drawing water. And that same setback was used for a lot of the surface waters because it had the same hydrologic flow characteristics. So they're kind of set. They were set for different reasons. They don't need to match, and so there's a little bit of a mismatch there, but they were determined for the purposes that they were intended.
Okay, thank you. Can I just have one more follow-up? Thank you. But when a septic system fails, the primary outcome of that would be, is it runoff from water, with the wastewater pooling on the surface? So would it be runoff into the surface water where you wouldn't really have that kind of issue with the well? So the setback for a well or other things, when that 75 feet or within the 150 feet, what I'm getting at is I'm concerned about septic systems failing near surface water because the outcome of that is going to be runoff of that septic fluid into the surface water.
Great. Yeah, thank you for your question on that. And when a septic system fails, a couple of things can happen. The definition is that it's no longer adequately containing or treating waste. So surface breakout is the most visible and common problem of that. You can have that occur within the ground, on subsurface, when the system is no longer treating any of the waste. When a property changes ownership on a shoreland property, it has to undergo this evaluation to determine if it's in failure. So there's a bit of a fail-safe in terms of fail-safe in trying to determine that. For the most part, if a system is in failure, the other control that we have on it is that it's considered a non-sanitary condition and the health officer can take immediate action to require replacement. So should a system go into failure, it should not persist long because of the health officer sanitary protection authorities.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
We have no additional cards. Anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll call before I call this one closed, do anybody feel uncomfortable about disposing of this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair. I really want to go through this whole septic thing again.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, I think, I don't think I would use this device that we're doing without total everybody in. Pardon? Huh?
We could exempt House Bill 56.
Can we? Because we closed the hearing on it already? Yeah, I could, we're still,
Let's just make sure that disclaimer is on here.
I mean, I know we can do it right at the end of the hearing. I'm not certain if we've closed the hearing, whether we can, and I certainly wouldn't want to get the ire of the clerk after me.
Well, let's be.
If you could, it doesn't hurt to hold it.
Yeah,
Just
why
do
don't
it
we
in-
hold it
It
till I
doesn't
can
hurt,
find
right.
it.
We're gonna get it.
We're gonna hear, we're gonna,
We don't have a
yeah, I mean, we can,
executive.
yeah, So, okay, I will close the hearing on House Bill, Senate Bill 229. And see you at 1 o'clock.
You timed it very
No.
I was wondering for a while there if we were
What?
gonna be on time, but we were.
Good, right on time. Well, it's Senate Bill 60. Other. All right, let me start? Too laid back. All right. Okay. Here we go. Call the hearing to order. We're the final bill on the agenda for today is Senate Bill 11, relative to African American burial grounds. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Here I am again, Senator David Waters, District 4, and I'm introducing Senate Bill 11 relative to African American burial grounds. I'll go through the bill in a moment, but I wanted to start by thanking you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, because this came to you last year. We had a very thorough study committee process on it and made some recommendations for some needed changes, which were incorporated in this version of the bill, and it did come out with a 20-0 vote from your committee recommending reintroduction, and so here I am to reintroduce it. I know you have some new members of the committee, and there certainly will be questions to refresh the memory on it, so I will walk through it, but perhaps not too extensively. This bill establishes the principle of recognizing the importance of preserving African American grave sites, marker, associated materials, and when these sites are located, to be sure that we have documented and try to preserve them and to support efforts to identify descendants if there are any, and then also to work with the descendant community if we can't find lineal descendants. This is an issue of increasing importance across the state as continuing research has identified dozens and dozens of these sites around the state from people who were enslaved in the state, and that therefore local cemetery boards and others are looking to know what to do, and recognizing the kind of distinctive situation that these burial sites represent historically. I can point in a moment to a couple of examples of this and why the help that's outlined in this bill is most welcome from our communities. So you have some definitions of what is this descendant community, and it's frankly recognizing that they're highly unlikely that there are lineal descendants that can be identified from people who were enslaved. They were considered property at their time, did not have family rights, were often buried in kind of out of the way or strange places, and their identities were kind of in many ways erased until research has now recovered them. This is not always the case. Samson Battis in Canterbury, who lived to the age of 105, dying in 1852, has descendants today who are still very present in the state, but that's a very rare circumstance. So it could be African-American individuals residing in a municipality or a designated representative, a group, for example, that would be selected by the New Hampshire Division of Historical Resources that would have some expertise in how to handle these graves respectively. And then the African-American grave refers particularly here who was likely to have been alive during the period of American enslavement. And so then, really, in some ways, following existing statute, if you go into our cemetery statute 289, you'll see there are all kinds of procedures. You know, what do you do if a backhoe comes across a graveyard, or if there's a municipal construction project or other kind where a graveyard might be disturbed or is disturbed and has to be moved, which happens sometimes. So you see that this really mirrors that statute, but it does add this particular provision that if this kind of disturbance happens, then you develop an arrangement with the descendants or descendant community to do appropriate historical documentation, signage, and mitigation of the impacts on those sites. Now, If there needs to be a removal, which does happen sometimes, as I'm sure you know, then these remains should be examined in a respectful manner as determined by the descendant community. And this is particularly because many people who examine these graves might not recognize the aspects of African American burial practices from the 17th and 18th centuries. I'll give you one example. In Portsmouth, where the African burying ground was unearthed during a sewer project, maybe a couple hundred people's buried there. A lot of work to close off the street, create a monument, and so forth. But the backhoe was digging up oyster shells that have been placed in certain ways upon the grave, and that's an African custom. But otherwise, they might have looked somebody just like somebody that had been dug up. They also were remains of salt on the chests of the individuals, which was placed to keep the spirit, a West African practice, and also the use of sometimes of pins and other metal. So these are the kinds of things that might be recognized as grave goods. Broken crockery, that's also a pattern that is one that is seen there. So that's why that kind of discussion is important. I note here too on lines 24 and 25 that there are federal provisions that are also in state statute that if there becomes an indication that this gravesite or individual may actually be Native American, then the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act kicks in. I was the NAGPRA, as they call it, officer for the University of New Hampshire about 20 years, helping to deal with archaeological collections that have been taken from Native American grave sites around the state over many, many decades. And it's a very distinctive provisions. And if you do find a grave that has evidence of that, then that's what kicks in. So that's why it's mentioned here, that if that becomes apparent in this. And then the rest of moving on to the next page of the bill, it provides some procedures about the consultation with the descendant community. And then starting on page 2, lines 3, well, okay, let's say that over time, grave markers, grave remains, cemetery gates, and other things associated have been removed. Sometimes they might have been taken into a historical society. There's one example in Greenland, New Hampshire, or Newfields, excuse me, of an African American gravestone was taken out of the woods and placed, just kept stored in the fireplace and display in historical society. So these kinds of things happen. So this provides a provision that if you have these kinds of items, then they could be returned for reburial or placement at the gravesite, and consulting with the community. Then who's going to help with this process? This committee recommended it be the New Hampshire Division of Historical Resources. And Ben Wilson, when he was here talking with your committee last summer in the study, provided, numerous examples of how many times they have taken on this role to help local communities who have to deal with issues around local cemeteries. And they are very much willing to help with that process. That's their job under state statute, but also they can be a good liaison for municipalities that want to connect with a descendant community in the state that has some expertise in this work. The final part of the bill has to do with providing the proper burying grounds to make sure the people who want to do research can get their records fine. And then the very end part of the bill, starting lines 31 to 36, it really is time for our institutions, historical institutions, museums, just to see if they can go through the collections and find out if they have African American bones, other things. And I will say that there is a long history here where African American graves were dug up to be used by medical school students for dissection. This began in the 1780s, 90s in this state, and there's a lot of history around that. Dartmouth Medical School had to get its corpses from somewhere. And then there also was during the 19th century when there was an attempt to prove through so-called race science the inferiority of people of African descent and other such races, that a lot of bones were taken so they could be put on display in university and college collections for professors who were attempting to demonstrate through the bones the inferiority of people of African descent, and in some cases to say they weren't even human species at all. So it happened, and unfortunately there are these remains are being found around the country. Large collections, Smithsonian, of course, and they're trying to make a good faith effort to look. Now, why do we, if they're trying to do it anyways, why say let's really be serious about it? Well, for example, NAGPRA has been around on Native American graves since the early 1990s. And just 2 weeks ago, Dartmouth found, as a matter of fact, despite decades of searching and work on this, we just found 15 more remains in their collection. So it's good to look. One of the things this committee did last summer, which responded to museums and historical society concerns about what they had to do, how extensive this would be, is that you recommended that on lines 32 and 33, reasonable efforts, reasonable. You know, we're not expecting you to drop everything and have all the staff go through every single little thing in your collection, but reasonable efforts. Check your records and take another look and see what you might have. And I will again say from my experience at UNH, where after decades of saying we don't have any bones left, they found out in a storage shed off campus boxes and boxes of bones. So it happens. Nobody's to blame here, but it's time. Give them 5 years to say let's go through that. So let me conclude by just giving a couple of examples here. I mentioned Portsmouth. And it's a great example of what can happen when things are done right. They found the remains of those individuals, and they worked with the descendant community and with the city of Portsmouth to close off the street, create a monument, and then rebury the remains in an extraordinarily respectful way. There are many sites around the state that the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire has identified and is putting markers out, including some burial grounds up in Warner and other parts of the state. I will just mention a more recent one in Dover. This is not somebody from the period of enslavement, but Nellie Mitchell Brown, who was one of the most famous singers of the 19th century, invented the phonotarion, which is a device for working on your tongue positions and pitch, was an entrepreneur, started a choral a company. And when she died, the inscription wasn't put on her gravestone. So we worked with the local cemetery and the descendant community to get an appropriate inscription on her gravestone, and then notice in that process that her brother was the first African-American justice of the peace in the state of New Hampshire, and that her husband had been a veteran of the 55th Regiment in the Civil War, lost his foot. And then he had been elected one of the first 2 African-American people into the State House in Massachusetts. So who knew? But when the descendant community gets involved, it's appropriate. And one more I will mention too, I think I talked about last time, Ona Marie Judge Staines, who was the so-called, enslaved as the so-called body slave of Martha Washington, served the president Martha Washington, escaped from the president's house when she got wind of a plan to cycle her back to Mount Vernon and gift her to Martha Washington's daughter, who was not somebody anybody would want to be associated with if you read the history, nor her new husband. And so she escaped to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And Washington spent years trying to get her back, had somebody go up and try to kidnap her. And so she fled to Greenland, New Hampshire. She and her husband had a small piece of land out there that, they lived with some people who had a small piece of land who had formerly been enslaved by the minister of Greenland, and basically hid out as a fugitive slave until her death in the 1840s. Her grave site now, the gravestones that were there have been broken, shattered, and one of the most important historic sites really in New Hampshire, associated with our first president and so forth. So that's one. If we pass this, we'll be able to work with the property owner and with the town, descendant community, to make sure that that graveyard is protected. So sorry to go along. It's been talked about a lot in the committee, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to thank you all so much for your help to make this a better bill, and I hope we can go forward.
Any questions by members of the committee? Of course, we have a lot of new members, and unfortunately, Ben Wilson is, as we had hoped would show up, because he put together a very give and take discussion. How long did it last? Couple of hours, and it was still going on. It was very interesting about recovery and yeah, a lot of in-depth questions.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that, I thought what was so helpful about Ben Wilson was to show how frequently this does happen and the kind of issues that they find in these graves that are particular to African Americans. And then secondly, the message we got loud and clear was that local cemetery and cemetery commissions can handle this. This is something that's doable, and I know that was a committee concern last year, and I think we heard that, yeah, this is doable. They can turn to him and make this work without heavy lifting. So,
Rosemary?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Waters. And thank you so much for bringing this bill forward. I wasn't on the committee last year, but I'm just really touched by the attention to respect. So thank you. My question is there a database of descendants? Like if a grave is found, what is the process of identifying descendants? Is there a database already available that can be accessed?
thanks for your question. It's kind of a complicated question, so I won't be too long about it. The part of the question is, do we actually know the full name for the individual? There were censuses taken in New Hampshire during the 18th century. Perhaps the most relevant one is 1760 and then 1790. But I will say, New Hampshire didn't abolish slavery until 1858. And I found through census records of a young woman enslaved in Hopkinton as late as 1850. So there are census records. And then you can try to puzzle out through online searches as to whether or not you can follow somebody and find that record. There are records as well of the names of folks who were transported as enslaved here, and there's a national database for that. There are some occasions where you can, as I mentioned, Samson Battis, he had many children. One of his daughters had, I think, something like 18 children. And they intermarried and moved around the country, and quite a few stayed in New Hampshire, where and that those family members hadn't known where Samson Battis was buried until my research came out about that and published about it. And then they emerged there and were able to step forward as descendants. So it is something of a haphazard process, but that's why the research is being done. Black Heritage Trail in New Hampshire, there's a national group of African American genealogists, very big national group, and so work is being done. But that's why we need a descendant community. That so often with people who were enslaved, you're going to hit dead ends on the genealogy. But the descendant community has the expertise to kind of help.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Senator Waters, and thank you, Chairman. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. And I was just a question about the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, which is, you said, federal. Is there a similar federal? Is there anything federal to go? There's nothing? Okay. So that was.
Thanks for your question. There are some efforts. If you go online and look for African American graves, you'll see that there have been in the last number of years some very important grave sites found around the country. And so people are starting to think about, well, maybe we need something like NAGPRA nationally. And I do know that there have been some proposals about legislation. And for me, I think that what's best if this evolves at the local level where this expertise is, because to me, I mean, NAGPRA has particular necessity because of the relationship between the federal government with Native American tribes, right? That's treaty obligations and constitutionally recognized. This, I kind of think we handle it best at the state level.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Waters, for taking my question. We were going over this bill a couple of weeks ago. One of the members asked me why there is not a fiscal note on this bill. Could you speak to that?
I'm sorry, Representative, I couldn't quite hear.
Why there's no fiscal note on the bill?
Yeah, thank you. It's because actually it's because of the good work you did last year. Because we did not make it a requirement for the historical division to do certain things, to assign personnel to it. It said they may consult, and we did not make it a financial obligation for the local groups to do this. It's a consultative process, and so that's why because of the changes that you all made, we avoided a fiscal note. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I first just want to make a little comment that I really appreciate the line in there that African American graves are sites of conscience with historical importance. I think that's why we're doing this, is for us to remember the past and to acknowledge it. Okay, so I just want to, but then a simple question. It says that faunal materials would be included. And can you explain why that's important?
Again,
That's
I'm
in
sorry
the
for my
first
hearing, but
paragraph of
what line are we on?
the very first paragraph. So line 2.
Yeah.
Archaeological materials, fencing, gates, faunal materials, which seems like there could be a lot of just contamination. But why would you want to include those?
Thanks for your question. There were plantings associated with that African American practice. And, you know, if you go by our historic burying grounds, you take a close look and you see the kind of plantings that are there around the perimeters, sometimes on the graves or around the graveyards. And this is something that, you know, it's really done in all cultures. So there are examples of kind of particular kinds of plantings. Now, an archaeologist, the bush may be gone or whatever the plant is, but the archaeologists, when they're doing their dig, they can find the root remains of the root cavity, and they can figure out from that what was planted there. So, and there may be seeds that were left. So they're there, and so that's why they were included.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
I'll try this way.
Yeah, I know, it's right in the way. So I won't be able to answer all my questions here because I've been trying to reconcile this bill with existing statute in like 227C and 289.14 and things like that. But I'll just ask one specific piece. There seems to be a conflict to me between Section C, which talks about no grave site shall be disturbed without consultation, and RSA 227C8B, which is part of that Native American burial that you had mentioned, which says that basically the state archaeologist has 48 hours to make arrangements with the property owner, with the landowner. This is in the case where, maybe remains are found on somebody's property. And I'm trying to understand how, for example, this apparent, to me anyway, conflict would be resolved.
Well, thanks for the question. I guess it's a kind of a process that if something just happens to be disturbed, then, you know, with any kind of grade, everything stops and people come in for consultation. And then if it's clear that it's Native American, it goes into that path. Here, I think that because we're increasingly identifying these, that if it happens to be known that this is an African American associated site and there's some plan of excavation or something, then just don't start it. So I think it's trying to cover both areas there. I'm not sure it's really a conflict, but I'll go back and look at the statute.
Okay, just to let you know, the conflict that I'm referring to is the amount of time. That one is explicitly 48 hours and the other one is, you know, until, it says until consultation.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. That's because it's Native American. Okay. I mean, the Native American grave protection is just very, very strong at the federal and the state level, as it should be. And I thought that perhaps is appropriate for Native American graves, but maybe because we're not doing the federal statute here, that this would be more reasonable to do it this way for these graves.
Okay, thank you.
Google it, right? Descendant communities, New Hampshire.
Forgot to turn on my.
So, the descendant community, the way I think that we worked on it last summer with you all was that the assumption is that the historical resources, who does have connection with such groups, would be able to help identify in part what the circumstances may be and what part of state it is in. For example, the Black Heritage Trail, New Hampshire has done a number of these projects, and they would be, you know, they're absolutely well known by the division. And then there are in some other parts of the state, there are other organizations that would be willing to work on this, whether it's an NAACP chapter. The Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire is willing to go statewide, but it might be there's a more local group. It could be a church group. It could be it could be a church that has the folks who because they're in the town want to do this. But I think that rather, you know, the committee was uneasy last year with naming any one group, so that's why that will be in the judgment call of the division as to whom to consult with that.
So it would be similar to just an organization that exists and the grave is found, that there wouldn't be an organization waiting there in that town that's our, you know, that's, or there actually could be, but there isn't, that isn't what you would expect. But with the discovery, some group would step forward.
Yes,
That's the expectation.
And I'll suggest, Mr. Chairman, another option too that was done in Portsmouth and in Dover as well, that the municipality decides to establish a group. So what Portsmouth did is it established a Negro Burying Ground committee that included representatives of the city, but also various representatives of the African American community drawn from the the community. And Dover has set up, has designated a liaison from the city council to work with the Quaker Meeting House and members of Black Heritage Trail New Hampshire, and a group called Project Dream, which is an African-American group in the high school. So that, I mean, I think it's important to let the municipality have that flexibility. If they want to, you know, get some help from the division contacting an existing group like Black Heritage Trail, fine. If they'd rather do it locally, as I just described, that would work too. Flexibility.
Any other questions by members of the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to go to caucus, but if anybody needs me, they know how to get a hold of me, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Barbara. Ward. What is it? Ward, okay. And representing Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire.
Is that on already? Yes, it is. My name is Barbara Ward, and I live in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and I'm Senior Grant Writer and Special Projects Coordinator for the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire, and I sit on our marker committee and work with individuals who are doing research. I'm a historian myself, and so I work with many of our volunteers who do historic research. I'm here on behalf of myself as an interested historian and on behalf of the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire to speak in favor of the bill. We've been active at the trail in working with communities across the state who've discovered African American grave sites in their communities. And in the last 6 months, our office manager says that the number of inquiries has really increased, with people looking for help on what to do and guidance as far as respectful ways to respectfully remember individuals who have unmarked sites who they've located and are aware of. And we also work with an individual who's done a great deal as a volunteer to help people identify grave sites underground through ground penetrating radar. So he's been a great, his name is David Palance. He's been a great resource too for people in helping to identify where grave sites, unmarked grave sites are located. Because many of the grave sites are unmarked, and like the grave sites in Portsmouth that were known to be in that general vicinity, but were not in any way marked and had been covered over by a street, in fact, and by houses. It's really important to have this bill, I think, as the next step in this process, because it is possible that remains can be uncovered people don't know are there. And I'm pleased that Senator Waters mentioned the grave site of Ona Marie Judge Staines, and also the members of the Jacks family, because these are the kinds of grave sites that we know are endangered. And we hope to be able to protect. I want to say that we at the Black Heritage Trail support the bill's provision designating the New Hampshire Division of Historical Resources as the entity that will select representatives of the descendant community. We know that there are, as Senator Waters mentioned, a lot of groups working throughout the state, a lot of very interested people coming forward and looking for assistance, but also people who've done a great deal of their own research. And with this, as research and queries are posted on the internet and are available through all the many available genealogical records online, it's amazing how many people are coming forward to identify themselves and to work with the communities here in New Hampshire. So I think there is certainly the possibility that local groups will be able to provide some of this information as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So regarding the, the location of these sites that are sometimes unmarked and sometimes not, there's nothing even visible above ground. I'm wondering how you can, there's two related thoughts in this question. I'm wondering how you can determine that they are African-American remains. And I'm wondering if the provisions of RSA 289-14 that say that that a abandoned or burial ground can be preserved by petitioning the local community, the selectmen, for example, the town, to allow an organization to maintain that grave site, if that would suffice for your ability, for these organizations' ability to protect these graveyard sites.
Well, I think that Senator Waters made the remark that in some cases you're talking about special ways in which, I'm sorry, I can't see you through the that there's special ways in which the individuals were buried. And unless you are aware of respecting those, what's found, such as was found in the case of the Portsmouth African burying ground, that sort of thing could be overlooked. I mean, I know with the Ona Judge and Jack's site in Greenland, there are adjacent walls and other parts of that burial site that could be very important when you're thinking in terms of African traditions as well as perhaps local traditions. As far as knowing that the sites are there, one of the things that very often happens is that there are sections of graveyards that were designated as being for paupers, and so they're unmarked grave sites. And people are finding it's really through a lot of documentary research. And one of the amazing things to me is, although we say that we don't know this information now or we're discovering it, you very often find that it was well known in the 19th century, and that it was written about, and individuals were identified then as to where they were buried. And you can look in probate records of people who enslaved these people to determine that in fact they were buried. We don't always know where, but I know of one in particular where the funeral expenses for an enslaved man appear in the estate records of the individual. It doesn't say where he was buried, but it does say that the estate paid for the expense of burying him. Nonetheless, there's no marked grave for him. So I think it's a case where there's really very special kind of research that has to go into this in order to find these people, in order to respect the special traditions that mark the way that they were interred originally.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I should know better, right? Okay. I am Linda Gathright, and I'm out of Nashua Hills 11 and also Ward 9. However, I'm here today as representing Greater Nashua NAACP, which we fully support this bill. I'm also representing Manchester NAACP as well as Seacoast NAACP, who's under the leadership of Jim McKinn and Reverend Bob Thompson. And I am the current president for Greater Nashua. I find this really a very serious issue because when the graves were found in Portsmouth, my sister church is there, and my church out of Nashua would go to New Hope in Portsmouth, and under Dr. Hilson, who is now deceased. And it was very moving, a very moving situation to even discover that things of that nature happen. And the fact that it happened and those that covered the grave knew it was a grave site. And that's what I find to be strongly disappointing in New Hampshire. I wanted to read a testimony that the young lady, she's the vice president of the NAACP Youth Council, and she did provide testimony to the senators when they had their hearing for the bill. And it's short and simple. And she says, her name is Rekha Mahadevan. And she says, she recounted a story of how an unmarked burial site of children who were enslaved was found in her hometown in Madbury, New Hampshire. Now, I hadn't heard of that, so I was really surprised of that testimony. Ms. Mahadevan noted how other burial sites are properly marked and respected, unlike those of former enslaved in her own hometown. Ms. Mahadevan mentioned how New Hampshire is not just a white state and that it has a rich African American culture dating back to the start of the nation. And I had to concur with her on that. And so for me, this bill ensures that there are procedures for when dealing with a burial site containing the remains of enslaved folks would be dealt with respectfully. And I think that's the main key to this, is that it would be dealt with respectfully with some type of committee or group of people that that would work it out so that even when the bodies are returned to whatever grave, it's done in a respectful way. So I thank you for your time and your energy on this subject.
Any questions by members of the committee? Seeing none?
Thank
very
you.
much. I have no additional cards. Anyone else, anybody from the audience? Speak? If not? Thank you very much. We'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 11. It's unfortunate that what is happening again is the person who was supposed to be here from historical did not show up. We did have a special, we did have a special meeting for that last year, but I think it'd be good for him to be back here again to discuss the old procedures. He's an expert on what happens when at any time they find a grave site or a body in the woods or something like that, and even if it's not a known grave site, and what to do and the procedures that they do go through, and there are some significant procedures. So, yep, it's Ben Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate to ask Mr. Wilson to be here when we exec this bill, so if there are questions during our discussion?
I plan to have him here for a work session.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That way, I think a work session, we would not be under any pressure to get the time or anything like that, and we could discuss individual portions. This bill has many different portions of different segments to it, and we probably won't discuss it. Representative Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like a previous bill, is there objection to this bill? Do we have a consensus, and could we exec it right now?
No.
Okay.
Anyone else? Seeing that, I will close the hearing.
Did.
Pardon?
I think you did.
I did? Did I close it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm closing it again. Now it's double closed.
No doubt on the record.